How does that fit in the vision of Uganda 2040?
So the beauty about Divine Bamboo is that our company ticks about 10 of the SDGs, from good health and well-being to economic development, gender equality, life on land. And so we find that we have a very good fit with the government and government programs. In fact, we were part of the key stakeholders who were able to draft a national bamboo strategy for Uganda. So the government is on board. They are interested in bamboo. They want to promote bamboo. And so we look very much forward to working with like the National Forest Authority, Ministry of Water and Energy, the Ministry for Youth and Gender, because we believe that our programs can really help with rural development. We're increasing farmers' incomes through programs like agroforestry and through programs like Mandela's Energy as well, where we work with the farmers and then the waste can be used to produce energy. So our projects and our company can really help to work alongside existing programs to increase people's incomes, to help to reduce deforestation, and to make sure that we preserve our forests.
Okay, let's talk about the Uganda Vision 2040, and I want us to go a little bit deeper into this. Uganda Vision of 2040, which you've talked about, but what drive and legacy would you want to be part of this 2040 vision of Uganda from that perspective?
So again, I'll take us back to the last week. The news has been dominated completely by COP26 in Glasgow, and especially nature solutions coming to the forefront. So prior to this, I feel like nature solutions were a bit underfunded and underrepresented, but finally nature got to be center stage, and now everybody is waking up, from government to billionaires like Bezos and the Gates. Everybody is now waking up to the importance of nature. So I feel like we are ready. We've been waiting for a long time. So we are ready to work with all partners to help achieve the targets that the world is setting. How can we reduce global warming? How can we contribute to the decarbonization? And so we are well positioned for that. We are working with farmers because we believe that it's going to take everybody. It's not just one company or one person. We're working with farmers, we are working with producers and businesses and schools. And so we are ready because we work with women, we work with youth, and hopefully we can help to influence the clean energy industry.
Wow. Divine, from the French angle, a couple of years ago you first appeared in France, the Campus France program that you went for. Let's talk about it. Was that your first time in France, and how did you get there?
Yes, that was my first time in France. So I attended a program at Alliance Française, and I was the best in, I think it was Delft Do, which is a level of French, of the French language. So then as a reward, I was given a trip to Paris and the south of France to go and learn more about bamboo actors in France, but also just to experience French culture.
Okay. And while in France for that program, or on that exchange program, what did you learn from there? What were the learnings that when you came back to Uganda, you have been applying, from the art and culture perspective to the environment perspective to the people perspective? What did you learn from there that you're implementing here that you can talk about now?
I think probably one of the biggest learnings was the fact that great things take time. So obviously things like the Louvre or the Eiffel Tower and all those amazing gardens that are created there, they don't happen overnight. So you need to dedicate the time and the resources to know that it's going to take a long time if you want to make something that will last forever. And also quality, like you have to really be consistent on quality.
And on that note, as we go towards the end of our interview today. I want to take you. Recently, you appeared in France for the New Africa France Summit 2021, and in Montefiore, as we call it, or Montefiore. I mean, the people who came back from France were trying to pronounce this is Montfilia, Montefiore, Montpellier. So all of this is, but you were there. What was the learning that you picked from there? What is your understanding of the new Africa-France relationship?
Okay. So first of all, it was a great honor to be among the few Ugandans chosen to go and represent Africa in Paris and Montpellier. So for that, I'd like to thank the French Embassy and Ambassador Jules, and of course President Macron. So it was a very exciting time to be there, because I think that the world is shifting and things are changing, and so it's very progressive of President Macron to have this summit where in his speech he said all the presidents were calling him like, why didn't he invite them? And he said he didn't want to talk to presidents this time. He wanted to listen to young people, the people of Africa. And he had some very tough conversations actually with some youth from Africa. So I feel like it was a chance to be open, a chance to have a new relationship, and to forget, can I say, old mistakes and old wounds, but move forward together. So it was really exciting to be there.
Okay. And Divine, from a Divine Bamboo perspective, what did you learn from there? What kind of collaboration did you pick from there? What sense did you pick from there that you think that you are using right now or you will be using going forward?
So the sense I picked from there was the energy of young Africans, Africans from Kenya, from Chad, from Burundi, from really all over Africa. There's a lot of energy, a lot of good things happening in all industries, from renewable energy to beauty and mobility. There's a lot of intelligence. So Africa as a continent has a lot of potential, and so that was really invigorating. But also within the Ugandan delegation that went there, we were able to really network within the delegation and to form some very good synergies, and I'm happy that some of those are already moving forward.
Okay, and let's talk about the transformation of your business from that perspective. When we were into following what was happening in France, we would see a lot of France talking about we need to transform Africa, we need to work with Africa, transform Africa, we want to focus on the collaboration. Collaborations means equality, it means fairness, it means forward thinking, it means many things from their perspective. And you guys were in the audience. What transformational approach or information did you pick from there that you are going to apply back home here from your perspective as Divine Nabawesi, as the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo?
One of the biggest things that I picked was a willingness to collaborate on both sides. The French companies, the French government is ready to collaborate. The Africans are ready, they have great solutions, they're very intelligent and energetic. So I think now is the perfect time for synergies. And so you could be a local company in Uganda, but with all the technology and opportunities, there is so much potential for collaboration. So you could be a local company, but with global clientele. And so that should be our mindset, that just because you're in Kampala doesn't mean you can't have clients in Paris or London or whatever.
Okay. That said, by the way, Divine, our biggest problem has always been one language. We speak one language. And so we can't do business with people who live in Mali because they are francophone, based countries, and we're anglophone this side. So we've not been able to do business together because we're sort of like a language barrier in between us. Don't you think that poses a big challenge into this transformation that we're talking about? What's your thoughts?
Maybe, but with every challenge, there's always an opportunity and a solution. So, as you know, there's opportunities here in Uganda to learn French, you could go to Alliance Francaise. They have evening classes. So you could slowly start to teach yourself. There are apps that you can use like Duolingo. But you could also maybe have a translator or work through a website that manages the interaction between Anglophones and Francophones. I think there's always a way if where there's a will.
Okay. So would you advise now the East African nations who are mostly, you know, Anglophone countries to go and learn French in order for them to interact with some of these opportunities you're saying? Because if you're going to interact with a company that is based in France and is going to provide solutions, you want to have a global, clientele. It requires that you know how to communicate to them. Business is about relationships and communication. I communicate to you in a language manner in which we all can build a synergy, then we can collaborate our ideas and be able to move things from point A to point B. But where I find it, I can't communicate with Divine. Even though I know what to say, I might struggle to say it or struggle to express my emotions to Divine. It's different when somebody's translating it. We saw it on the stage that most Ugandans who went and most Africans that went there and couldn't speak French struggled to understand because the translator was giving the translation, but things were being lost in translation, and some people may not have gotten it very well. Luckily for us, Uganda, we had the one Peter Nyiko who was there to, in the evening, sit down with the 20 people, whoever was available, to sort of like break things down because he studied in France, he's done all these things. But the point I'm trying to make here, Divine, is very simple. 5 languages in Africa. Shouldn't you start doing this at Divine Bawesi by sponsoring some of these children that you're doing to learn, so that the villages where you're planting the trees, you know, there's a language that can begin to come out from there? Because should your customers come from France and say, we want to buy bamboo from the northern part of Uganda in Noya, for example, where you've just planted, I'm told, 7,500 trees or thereabout, how will they communicate? Would you use a translator or you work with them? Are you having any program, in other words, in line of transformation to take the language learning and the cross-cultural learning for peace building and for agricultural, economic benefits? That I can talk to you, you can talk to me, we can transact business based on that we understand the language. Are you doing that, or you have any plan in that line of transformation?
It's interesting because the conversation today is always about young people and youth,
yes,
and how the future belongs to them.
Yes.
So, but therein is also an opportunity, because when you're young, you have a lot of time, you still have time, and your brain is still very fresh.
Yes, yes.
So then I would encourage them, the young people, to start learning different languages, and also parents, I guess. Because at that age, children can be encouraged to learn different languages, because that will open multiple opportunities for them. Unfortunately, we're not able to be sponsors right now, but they could talk to the French embassy or maybe the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure there are programs out there that can support them to become bilingual or trilingual or even more.
Okay, on that note, how many languages do you speak, by the way?
I speak 3 languages.
3 languages?
Yes.
Which one?
Luganda, English, and French.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess you're already in the process of making more money ahead of some of us who speak only 1 language or 2 languages and not very good.
And I'm learning German.
Wow. Divine, we've come to the end of the show. We want to just close up this program, the CEO Bench, today by just telling us a little bit more about how do you measure impact of the work that you've been doing. In the last 5 years you've been working. How are you able to measure the impact, and what legacy would you want to leave behind? The day you said, I'm done, what will be the legacy of Divine Bawesi?
Okay. So, I mean, you do your best. You do your best and hope that you're going to have impact in your work. So our impact is measured in avoided deforestation, meaning that for every one seedling we plant, we are saving, for example, an acre of bamboo could potentially save 2 acres of hardwood trees every year. Then a ton of briquettes of bamboo is potentially saving X number of charcoal from being produced. So in terms of avoided deforestation, in terms of avoided emissions, but also in terms of opportunities that we give to women, we hope that our impact will be that women have more time for productive work instead of having to walk kilometers to collect firewood, for example, or the dangers they face while they're going to collect firewood. We hope that that would be the impact. Improved health, instead of cooking from the 3-stone fire that traditionally we in Africa are used to cooking on, that now they can have improved means of cooking. That would be an impact. The youth we are training, the opportunities, the income generation opportunities that we are creating, and also inspiring other young people and other women that you can come up with an idea that you believe in, and if you give it your all and give it time, eventually you will make a difference.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Divine, for coming to the program today. We want to say thank you for accepting our invitation to come and sharing with the ideas. We're definitely going to bring you back to the program, and looking forward to seeing the impact of bamboo in our society in the next couple of years to come. And what would be your one last parting shot to that one human being anywhere in the world, stuck in their job, don't know how to move from one point to the next, and want to move? And what will be that one word you want to leave them with, or 3 things that you want to leave them with, that when they do, they will begin to see different things or experience a different lifestyle going forward in their life? If you look into this camera.
Okay, I think 2 things. One is it gets better. It always gets better, so never give up. Like Winston Churchill said, never, 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 ever give up. And then the second one, which really helps a lot, which really helps me a lot, is remembering that there's enough for us all. So when other people succeed, be happy for them. And so don't fight for resources, don't be greedy, because in the end, there's enough for us all.
Wow. Thank you very much, Divine, and thank you very much, everybody, for coming to the program today. We're gonna, sort of like spread love like we always do. We're taught by Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe Watoto, says, whenever you do this, you have to spread love. No, you have to spread love. Yes, you have to spread love to everyone that is going. But thank you very much for coming, Divine. We've come to the end of the CEO Bench today. We want to say thank you very much, everybody. Divine will be coming back on the show on the Creative Industry Talk to talk about the creativity of how they're using bamboo to create more jobs, and how that is being used in creating furniture, building houses, using it. She talked about that can be used for bed sheets and beds and stuff like that. We want to know how that process works. She talks about it being used in the value chain of, you grow bamboo, you use it for cooking, you use it for building the house, you use it for putting the shades, but then also you use it for cooking. How is that bamboo being turned around to briquette and to clean fuel to cook food? We want to understand that on the Creative Industry Talk. Until then, we say thank you very much for being part of the show. Eddie Okila, Divine Nabawesi, signing out.
Learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use the technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Yeah. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Yeah. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that
see what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you are for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time
Engineered in the heart of the pearl. One face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip urban and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
I'm a believer of functionality over form.
Oh, yes.
What will make you function as opposed to what form must you possess? Like you've done all the theories, you've done all these, but I'm a believer of functionality.
Yeah.
Now, people will tell you, for academics is not about only just functionality.
Yeah.
So we must give you basis, approach, all the things that you need to know.
Yeah.
Granted, must it take 4 years?
Certainly not.
Thank you. So how do we, because you see, time is no longer luxury.
Yeah. And COVID has showed us that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we need to really search deeply and ask ourselves, what do we want?
What do we want to achieve
Yes.
with this?
And then how do we run the transformation? How do we change? And how do we manage change? I think for me, like I said, until it is painful, you can't.
I think the challenge with some of the art forms are they're quite expensive and exhausting.
Yeah.
When you talk about like video mapping, I mean, if you're a video mapping artist in Uganda, where would you get a job? Who's gonna give you a gig? You know, so you are in it for
That's why I was saying the new Africa France is open
so
for this
I think,
year.
and also if you're a video artist here, you really. I mean, it will be really hard for you to get a gig in France or Europe because they are at a whole different level when it comes to mind, when it comes to skills, when it comes to software, because all these things work with software. Every time there's a new software, there's a new, it's like being on these apps that people use all the time. Everything, all the time there's something new. And how do you keep up with that? So some art forms would be really difficult for some of the Ugandan artists. And it doesn't mean that it's easy for the European or the Americans. It's also difficult for them, but what happens with them is that first of all, they have the knowledge, they have schools where they go to learn this, and it's recognized. It means that when they come out of those schools, they are respected because they learn that form of art. And then when they go out in the market and they don't have gigs, there is a system that helps them to survive. They are given some, capital or money to survive on, even if they don't have a gig. When they get a gig, they can declare that they got a gig, and then they don't have to claim money from the state. So
gig being business in
So if there is that, if there was a system like that, and imagine Eddie or young people who are, and every year there is also these opportunities. Like every year there is a lights festival, there is a video mapping festival, there is a all these street theater festivals. So it means that someone is working, even though they know they are not going to get paid all the time, but they know at the end of the year there is something they look up to. And that gives them the motivation to create that kind of content. But if there is no opportunity, there is no platform for them to show their work, then it becomes difficult for them to be motivated.
Engineered in the heart of the Pearl. One face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
To talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila and it's a Friday. Welcome to the CEO Bench. Of course, this week we bring you a very interesting guest, the third female on the show, and we will be talking leadership, change management and transformation. And of course, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to of course lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time that comes with leadership challenges, and change management is key in us making proper decisions that will take our organization forward, but also to allow us, manage impact of what we're trying to do. So today on the show, this program brings you Francis Birungi Odom, who is an executive director of UKOBAC. I'm yet to understand how to pronounce the entire word from her, but Francis, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, I'm very well, thank you.
And welcome to the CEO Bench.
Thank you, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So, in a nutshell, who is Francis?
So, who is Francis? So, Francis is Francis Birungi Odong, as you said. I am, what should I say? I work in UKOBAC, like you said. UKOBAC in full, it's a mouthful indeed. It's Uganda Community-Based Association for Women and Children's Welfare. I am married to one man. We have 4 children. I was born in Kenya, but I'm Ugandan. My parents were exiled in Kenya for a period of time. So we are a family of 7. And 6 of us were born in Kenya, and then we moved back to Uganda. So I have been partly raised in Kenya and partly raised in Uganda. So basically, that's who I am. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Yes. It's always difficult for people to say who they are and what they stand for.
Yes.
So Francis, welcome to the CEO Bench. We want to know more about you as an individual. How did you end up where you are in what you're doing today? Since you said you were born in Kenya, because your parents were exiled in Kenya, why did you choose not to stay in Kenya than to return to Uganda and to end up to what you're doing today?
Yeah. Really, that was not my choice. That was my parents' choice. I'm sure them living in Kenya was not by choice. It was because of the circumstances at that time. And so when everything settled down, they chose to return to Uganda, and we were taken to schools in Uganda. Unfortunately, when I came into Uganda, when we came back as a family, I only spoke Swahili. I couldn't speak anything else. So getting into school, it was very difficult because, of course, in Uganda, we don't speak Swahili. It was very difficult to speak, to speak English, to speak the local languages in Uganda. So I had to go backwards. So many times in the classes, as I was progressing, I was usually the older one in the class because I had to go back, a number of steps. But it was okay. Somehow I was fitting in. Did my primary school here in a school called Nsube. Then from there, I went to Tororo Girls School for secondary. Finished my secondary, went to Green Hill, did my HSC, then went to university. Where I did a first degree, and while doing actually when I was in my senior 6 vacation, I asked my mom that I wanted to do some voluntary work. I wanted to, to do something other than sitting at home. So she was, at that time, she was working with a non-government organization as well called Forward, and I was taken in as an intern. So I worked there. It really kind of gave me the first experience of working in a civil society organization. They were focusing on work, supporting women to participate in leadership positions and so forth. So it was very intriguing at that age, but it was not yet my time to really, work. I wasn't very sure, but I was trying to figure out what it is that I wanted to do. And for me, it was very empowering seeing what was happening in this organization. And when I went to university, I did social sciences, majoring in sociology. So I think my choice for the university for the course that I took was because of what I saw that was happening in this organization. So I did my sociology course, finished 3 years, and after school I told, again I had a conversation with my parents and told them, you know what, I feel like I want to do the work that I did when I was doing my voluntary work. So do you think you can help to talk to your peers because they were doing that. My father was in politics, but my mother was doing civil society work. And at that point, I was taken in Ukobak.
Yes.
As an intern.
Right,
Yes, so it was immediately after university that I joined Ukobak as an intern. And I started, doing simple work. I was really doing support work in the organization. But I was very eager to learn about what they were doing. It was very interesting, but also the kind of work that they were doing, working with women and children. I thought that was something that was very powerful. I moved to the field with the staff that were in Ukobak at that time, and did, I would do the support work of giving out paper or serving tea or serving, anything that I could be, asked to do. But in the process, I always sat in the classes for the women and the children, and I would look at how the staff were impacting on these lives. It was very interesting to see how people's lives were transforming, from nothing to something. So really, it built, it built my interest. But also I felt that I wanted to know more about how I can contribute in a more meaningful way in this sector.
Wow.
Yes, so I worked there as an intern for some time, and I didn't feel like I wanted to do anything else. To me, because I had arrived, if I should say.
So basically your mind was corrupted, and this is where I'm going to be.
Yes, I had arrived at that point, because really for me what was very important to me was transformation, was seeing lives of people changing from nothing to something. And the fact that in this environment was showing me that it is possible to contribute in one way or another to change an individual's life. So it exposed me. I came from a background, my parents, I wouldn't say it was a very poor family, so I had not got that exposure. So working in this environment really showed me the reality of the world. I came to see that actually majority of Ugandans were living in poverty, were vulnerable and needed support. So for me, it was fulfilling to work in this organization, and that is how I started my career in Ukobak.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're joining the CEO bench, that right there is getting you into what we call knowing somebody personally, and of course getting into their life. That is Frances is the executive director of Ukobak, and she's on the CEO bench. If you're joining us from anywhere in the world, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, and House of Time /Facebook. Please tell your neighbor and tap your cousins, and this story is going to be a very interesting one. As well as on Twitter, wherever you are, tweet, show, share, retweet, and make sure everybody gets to know what is happening. Frances, I want to just take you straight to this. And in today's changing world, it's rapidly changing world, learning to lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time creatively is critical to our ability to make positive impact. And this television program is about those that are at the top of doing that, or those that are rising up to the top of doing that, and the focus is on transformational change and the implications for the individuals who are in that space as leaders, or in their organizations, or in the culture of the organization, or in our society, depending on what structure that we're in. Your story that you have given in the intro of this interview is very important, but we want to know something more specifically, lining to your organization, which is civil society today. Give us a sneak peek of the life of a woman in that space.
Oh, that's a very good question. The life of a woman in this space is just the same as the life of a woman in any other space. It's not an easy space, especially when it comes to leadership, and when it comes to influencing decisions and also influencing processes in any other institution. So it is not an easy space for a woman. It is a space where a woman has to do something extra or do something more to be able to prove that they're able to do what they should be doing. Yeah. So I would say that it's the same. It's very competitive. Many times we see that in many civil society organizations, still we find them to be male-headed, and we're having many women, many girls taking up leadership roles in civil society organizations, but it's not an easy task. It's where we have to really prove ourselves that we can lead these organizations to greater heights. And there's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done, and many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. Yeah. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to to go for extra learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces. So it is really changing with time. As more women get into leadership positions, it's changing, and there's more appreciation that is coming towards women, because women have demonstrated, many women leaders in civil society organizations, like in any other institutions, have demonstrated that they are able to excel, to move these organizations to greater heights. So I think it's changing with time, but it's still very difficult for women to take on leadership positions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Francis, I like the journey, and I would want to ask you one more question just before we go into a break.
Yeah.
The leadership journey and the little information about the organization you currently lead. You said you ended up there.
Yes.
Starting into the process of
internship,
and then luckily your mother ended up taking you there, and now you are in that space.
Yeah.
We want to know more about this organization. What are the issues that you are working on as you go back at the moment? Having started there as a child.
Okay.
I will call you as a child because
yes,
you are young.
I was a child. I was a child. At that time, I was probably barely 20, maybe 19.
Yes.
A grown-up child, I should say. So the reason why I say my mother took me there, my mother was one of the founder members of this organization.
Yeah.
And she had been in politics before, and then later changed course and decided that she wanted to do something for women and children, because that's her passion. So she started this organization. And I admired her for a long time. When I was little, when I was young, my mother used to do a lot of work around mobilizing women to participate in governance processes. And we tagged along as children at home when she went for trainings in communities. And I admired the way she spoke to people, the way she impacted lives. So when she started this civil society organization, this NGO, I asked her, can I come and work with you? Can I support you in this process? And she took me in, but didn't take me in. She was very strict, because she gave me a lecture at the beginning and said, okay, I'm taking you in, but you're not any special. You're going to come in as an intern. You're going to make tea for the staff. You're going to type. In those days, they would type. They would handwrite, and then they give you to type so that you can learn. And you're going to it will depend on you on whether you will get a job or not, because I don't hire. I have a board that hires and fires. So I said, okay, I'll take it on. And many times people think that because this was an organization that was started by mother, that it was easy for me. Yeah. It was actually more difficult for me because I had to prove myself beyond. I had to prove to her. I also had to prove to the board that I can be, I can work here. I am not taking advantage of this. I can do my best. I can contribute to this process. So yeah, so I got into this organization, and one thing that I did is that I worked hard. I worked hard at that time with the roles that I was given. I did them to the best that I could do. If it was typing something or going to support staff in the field, I did my best. I did not at any one time feel like, oh, I am someone's daughter, I am special. My mother is she's the founder member here. Yes. No, I did not have that at all. I worked hard, I proved myself. And when there was an opening for program officer, I put in my application. And I competed with many other people, and I was taken on as a program officer in the organization. And still, as a program officer, I worked hard. I delivered. Excellence is always something that I strive for. Yeah. So I worked hard, I delivered, I proved myself. I moved the organization to the level where I felt it should be at that level as a program officer. Yeah. And I have moved in this organization from one level to another. I started off as an intern. I became a project officer. I became a program officer, and now I am the CEO. So it has been growth within the organization that has not been handed to me, but I have worked hard for it. Yeah. I have had to prove myself, and and I think really what I can say around that is that many times when girls or people are given opportunities in the organization, we take things for granted and don't put in a lot of effort to make sure that we prove ourselves and grow our careers within that organization, or move the organization from one level to another. And for me, that's what I did differently, and that is how I've been able to reach where I am. Wow. Yeah.
So it was not like come here, hand it over a silver plate, and receive it, go with it.
No, it's been really hard work. Yokoback is actually governed by a board. So even if we had other CEOs, they saw the work that I was doing in this organization. I was a young girl, but I was working hard. I was striving to learn, went back to school, did my master's degree. I got a master's degree in human rights, came back and tried as much as possible to apply what I had learned. And I think that demonstration of hard work and dedication has really been something that has moved me from one level to another, to a level where I am now a leader in this organization, where I started as an intern.
Wow.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, Francis, why did you choose your mother's path, not your father's path, for being a politician? Why?
Well,
why not the politician in your father?
Yes, I know. I've had that question a number of times, and actually some people have always thought that probably I should have taken the political side. But for me, the passion that I have to, like I said in the beginning, the passion that I have to serve communities, underprivileged communities, marginalized sections of the community, for me that is closer to my heart. Yeah. And I think politics is not a bad thing to do. My father did it well. Many politicians are doing it well, but it's not yet my time. Probably, I should say that. But what I'm doing right now is very satisfying. I am supporting women and girls because, as you know, our society looks down upon women and girls because it's a patriarchal society. Yeah. So for me, I use my experience to inspire girls, to inspire women to be better, to improve in their homes, to improve in their places of work, and to contribute meaningfully to the development of our country. And I feel for me that is also politics in itself. If we can support women to be able to participate in leadership positions in politics, that is politics itself.
Yes. Wow, you've heard it from Francis right there. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue the discussion with Francis, and of course we'll be asking Francis more on the leadership, change management and transformation, which is what this show really stands for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God, but God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see, and it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. Again, it doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Watlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
Back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course this is the CEO bench. Francis Birungi Odong is the executive director of Ukubak. I will not attempt to pronounce it or to mention it fully before I get completely lost and then I get sued for messing up with the name. But Francis, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
And to all of you out there, please share this far and wide. Make sure that this story coming from a woman, if you're a woman, share it. We got the third female on the show this week, and she's giving us the story of how she's made it to the top of being the executive director of Wukobak. Francis, we went to a break when you were telling us the leadership development. Let me start by asking you a question on this second one of the show. What is your understanding of leadership?
Okay, my understanding of leadership is really a gift from God to guide others and to support others to be able to do what they do even better. For me, that is leadership for me. To use a gift that you have to be able to support others, to guide others, and to direct others in a way that can make them perform better or even contribute better. Yeah, for me, that's leadership for me.
Okay, so what is self-leadership to you?
Self-leadership is, to me, leadership where myself, as a leader, for example, I am able to guide myself, I could use the same words, to guide myself, to direct myself in a way that I can be exemplary to the others. In a way that I can be an example for others, or you know, in a way that I can develop as a person in a way that others can be able to benefit from my growth. So that is self-leadership for me, having that focus on yourself to grow yourself into someone that can be an example to others, someone that can direct others, someone that can, you know, support others, or someone that can be able to guide, you know, others to a particular direction, you know, in order to achieve something that is for a common good.
Okay.
So for me, that is self-leadership.
Wow. That said, Francis, about 30 years ago, Wukobak was started. 13 years?
30.
30 years.
Yes, yes.
I have been reading about Wukobak, and about 30 years ago, it is said that Wukobak started.
Yeah.
But, of course, we would argue that this could be the oldest NGO or organization in the country in that regard, in its category.
Yes.
And we want to know, fairly a young person leading it now called Francis Birungi Odong as an executive director, how does it feel steering this kind of an organization with that kind of weight?
Yes, it actually feels great. It feels great, and also it's a challenge at the same time, because I feel that as a leader of an organization that is one of the oldest organizations in the country, I have a burden on me to ensure that this organization does not collapse in my hands, because that will be bad for our generation as leaders.
Yes.
So I feel that it is something that is very exciting. It is empowering. It is something that is really empowering for me, especially as a woman, to be in the steering wheel for this organization. But at the same time, I feel that I have something to prove. I have something to prove in the way that I have to show that this young generation can lead. It can lead differently, and it can, you know, move this organization to greater heights. Okay. So that is how it feels for me being in this position. But I know for sure that as a young leader of this organization, I am supposed to look at the good things that have happened by the older generation, that have been able to move this organization to where it is.
And build on it.
And build on that. Yes, because if I don't look at the history of the organization and how the founder members and the other leaders that have been in the organization have been able to bring it to this level for 30 years. You know, Eddie, that civil society organizations are very fluid. Many times they fail to go beyond even 5 years. So there is something about them that they had that I feel I need to tap into so as to be able to move this organization forward so that I can also hand it over to the younger people to move it over. So I feel that I need to do more. I need to do my research to find out what it is that they have done, but also what can I do with the environment that I'm in now, in my time. What is it that I can do for this organization to make sure that it is stronger than it was before, but it is also a healthy organization to be handed over to the next generation.
Wow.
Yes.
So feeling, Francis, is a thought. Feeling is something that goes in the brain of a human being that is processed. But there's what we call responding to a specific stimuli, which is action, signal sent.
Yeah.
Do you think you are doing it right now?
Yeah, good question. I think I am doing that. I am doing that because I've got a good note from the, the founders of the organization, but also people that have been leading before. And I feel that I'm doing well in terms of action, in the sense that UCOBAC has really grown from who it was to who it is now. Just to take you back, as an organization, we started with one program area, which was basically working with orphans and vulnerable children and supporting them in different ways. But from, probably 1 or 2 years back, the organization has taken on other program areas. We're now operating with 4 program areas in sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence, issues to do with climate change, and women's land and property rights. So for me, the fact that we are able to do more than what the organization originally thought it could do is amazing. But also it shows that we are able to respond to the needs of the time. And I feel that a leader, a good leader, is one that is able to transform the organization to be responsive to the needs of the current times. And that is what I and my team are doing to ensure that we are responding, we are relevant to the current situation. By that time, by the time UCOBAC was formed, it was orphans and vulnerable children. Today, it is beyond that. It's climate change issues, it's women's land rights issues, it's issues to do with sexual and reproductive health issues, gender-based violence. So how do you make sure that the organization is able to be responsive to the current needs, but also to be relevant in the current times? And I think a leader, if I was a leader that came in at this time and I still had one program area of orphans and vulnerable children, that's where everyone would have question marks and say, okay, something is not right. So I think that is action in itself, that the organization is having more action areas. I am able to create this change in the organization without really disrupting the mandate of the organization, but also supporting my team to be able to, to appreciate that this is the direction that we need to move into right now, and also for them to be able to contribute, to support them, my team, to be able to contribute in these different areas by building their capacity, by giving them spaces to be able to learn and grow so that they can then be able to contribute in these different areas. So for me, I think action is there.
All right, so if you are a viewer out there, and of course looking into the CEO bench, when I say looking into, it means you are hearing what Francis is saying and what Eddie is saying and thinking. That's what we call looking into it. But watching on television is what you're doing right now. So we want you to watch and also think. And Francis, this program combines intellectual rigor with personal challenge, collaborations with creative expression. Right now, we want to know from you. UCOBAC recently changed its leadership from the board level.
Yes.
And also, just like any other organization or any other sector, human resource turnaround or turnover in NGO world is the common currency, as my friend Ndiwato Chom keeps saying. And how are you managing the change in this organization? We are now on the change management process of the CEO bench. Okay.
So change is good. I should start from that point. Change is good, but at the same time, change is very hard. And many times we find that there's a lot of resistance to change. But I think the best way to manage change is to accept that it's a good thing. It is hard, it is difficult, it is challenging, but it is a good thing. And as a leader, once you have that change in mindset, that change is good and you're open to change, then it helps. So as an organization and as a leader in this organization, I try to make sure that I am open to change. And this is change in different ways. Change in leadership, change in staffing, change in processes, because change is good, but also change is an indication of growth for the organization. Yes. So how we manage change is that first and foremost, we try as much as possible to prepare the organization for change. So you have mentioned that we have had a new board that has come in. This is not something that happened out of the blue. There has been preparation for this change. The board members themselves have been prepared. We're prepared that this is going to happen, and they were supported to understand why it is important for this to happen. Yeah. And these are board members that had been board members for 10 years. And of course, the way they do things is very different from the way things are being done today. And of course, there was some kind of resistance, some kind of not understanding
because
really
in
why
Uganda, change in Africa, change is a problem. Change is not good for us. We don't know how to embrace it yet.
It is, but we appreciate that it's very difficult to accept change, but it is a good thing. And the board members, the older board members, were supported to understand why it is important to have this change, and they have handed over very happily to a new board. And the new board also has come in, but we have prepared them through the orientation process to be open to change, because as an organization we keep on changing.
So you're preparing them before their time?
Before their time. They are now
so this is now the new generation kind of thinking that you step in there with a plan, knowing that tomorrow you will be asked to
exactly, exactly. So we do prepare our leaders, our governance for change, and not only in terms of the leaders themselves changing, but also the systems, the programs that we are doing, the staffing. There is a lot of change that happens because of the changes that are happening in our environment. It's not a static environment. So that is how change is happening. The organization is open to change. As a leader, I am open to change. A number of times I get staff that have to move on. And for me, I come from a background where I appreciate the fact that that is good change. For me, it shows me if one of my staff comes to me and says, I am moving on to another organization, it's a better opportunity. For me, I celebrate that, because I feel like I have contributed something to the growth of this staff, and this staff is building a career, is moving on, and is creating space for a newer generation or younger people to come in. So I usually celebrate that. I support them to transit and then bring in new people to the organization, support them to, to be able to also make their own contribution in that space. So there's change that happens in the organization in terms of staff, in terms of programs, but as a leader, we try as much as possible to be open to it, to be able to support the systems, but also the personnel to be open to it, but also to appreciate it, despite the fact that it is hard. So that is our approach that we take.
Okay. And to our viewers, this is change management process in the CEO bench. And of course, when we say the CEO bench has that, we put leaders, CEOs on the CEO bench to task to explain some of the things. And the CEO bench brings out people who are in position of leadership and are actually practicing leadership by doing what they are supposed to do. And today on the show we have Francis, or Francis, depending on where you come from. Of course, the executive director of Huckelberg, who is telling us more about how she's actually managing change. Now, viewers engage with integrative mind maps of organizational and leadership development on this program. And that is the focus for us here, as well as instantly applicable practices for becoming more effective as a leader, but as well as becoming dynamic as an individual, as well as collective. Francis, on that note, The NGO sector in Uganda is well known for many things, good and bad. In some circles, we believe that they do good things, but quite a number of times we try to measure the impact of what they are doing and we don't see. How is it that, or rather, how are you doing it at Ukobak? 30 years down the road, can you measure your impact? Can we see it? And we're looking at measuring impact by measurable metrics. We're talking about, you know, looking at the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of an organization. And so we want to put you on task as a CEO who has come in, or as an executive director who is there. How are you managing this? Can we see, can you take us through some of this that we can see today? Of course, reading from out there, I see that Ukobak is known. You can't even mention the full names and it's known by that full name. It's known by the short name of it.
Ukobak, yes.
So how are you doing it?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. And I think monitoring change and impact is very critical for any organization, because many times we do a lot as civil society organizations, but if we don't track what we are doing, we end up doing nothing. And that's why you say that sometimes organizations are either doing something good or sometimes doing something bad. In many cases, they are doing good, but are not able to demonstrate, or they're not able to track that, you know, they are doing good in these areas. And I think that's a gap that many civil society organizations have. I think the issue of monitoring impact and being able to demonstrate impact really comes from the organization being very clear from the onset on what its objectives are. That is the starting point. You need to be clear about what it is that you want to see as change. And what is change to you as an organization? What is it that you would celebrate as change, for example? So I think once you're very clear on that, you have a very clear vision, you have a very clear mission, very clear and, you know, smart objectives for the organization, it becomes easier for you to be able to monitor change. And that is one thing that I don't know if many organizations are doing, but the ones that I've interacted with are investing a lot to making sure that they have smart objectives. Beyond smart objectives, an organization... Yes, I know. Yes. Beyond that, I think as an organization, we need to have systems.
Yeah.
Systems are very important. If you don't have systems and you're doing everything the way you want, then you will not be able to know if you're making a contribution or not in society. So systems are very important in the organization, but one of the major systems in terms of measuring impact is this, the issue of monitoring and evaluation systems. So there has to be a policy for the organization that responds or that shows that this organization is able to meet its objectives, but is also able to meet the objectives of the country and the world at large. So you have to see that, you know, that link, because we don't work in isolation as civil society organization. We complement efforts of government. So we have to make sure that our objectives that we do are in line or contribute or complement on what you know, the national development plans are, for example. But also we need to look at the sustainable development goals. What are the goals that we, you know, we would look at to say that there is development in the world, you know? So it's very clear to have a policy in place, a monitoring and evaluation policy that will show you that your interventions or your programs are first and foremost responding to your organizational objectives, but are also responding to the national priorities and are also contributing to the sustainable development goals. So a policy is very clear. It will show you what systems, you know, what you need to have in place. For example, you need to have monitoring tools for each program. You need to have personnel in the monitoring and evaluation to be able to collect data that you can then analyze and see whether you're contributing to this. You have to have a framework that really shows that, you know, the different programs that you're doing, the interventions that are under each program area, and the, you know, how you're going to collect data that will inform you that you're making change or not. So that is a very valid question, very good, and I think as leaders, it is something that we need to really focus on, so that then we don't waste resources. The resources are directed towards our goals and vision.
Francis, what are your take on these issues, and how are you as an ED basically dealing with some of these issues in your organization? The issues that I'm talking about are issues of transformation and change, learning the organization and how they do things. And of course, the level of leadership development in that organization. I know you've mentioned some of them. We're talking about the practical practices for transformational leadership change. You've talked about many changes. You've mentioned the issue of accountability. We have seen leaders being arrested in some of these organizations because they're not doing it well. We've followed your story very well, and on the CEO bench, somebody has to nominate you, and we often have to have 3 nominations for you to come on the bench. You surpassed the 3 nominations, and you are on the bench today. What is that one thing that when you look back, you think was worth somebody nominating you to come here?
Okay, I think...
Given the levels I'm talking about, transformational,
yes,
transformation and change, leadership and organization, levels of leadership development, practices for transformational leadership.
I would say that my nomination to be here could be mainly because of my style of leadership. And I think my style of leadership is unique in the sense that I don't believe that leadership means being feared or being, I know all, I do all, but it is empowering others to be able to walk a journey with you. And that is how I lead. My team, I currently have a team of over 35 staff in the organization. And I try as much as possible to make them comfortable in this organization. You know, the fact is that many of the people that we work with spend most of the time of their day in these organizations doing the best that they can do. So we need to show them as leaders that we value the time, we value their contribution, and therefore support them to grow in this process. So what I think is very unique in my style of leadership is that I try as much as possible to make it a family kind of organization where I am not, as leaders, as a team of leaders, we are not mechanic, but we are human beings. We try to listen to what our members are going through, support them through their journeys, but also I have this feeling that everyone can contribute something. So I am a kind of leader who actually does not believe in interviews. Unfortunately, I don't believe in interviews. I have this feeling that everyone is able to do something if they are supported and if they are given a platform to grow, and if they are given the resources, the ability, if they are treated in the right way, they are able to contribute something, So I try as much as possible. Many times in our organization, we bring young girls straight from university who have not even had any, training before. We don't normally do interviews. Those are really rare cases. So we bring these volunteers in, and we support them to grow into the organization. We tap into their abilities, but also build, support them through trainings, through exposing and providing platforms for them to go and make presentations, for them to go to and interact, so that they can then be able to grow and make their contribution the best way that they can. So I feel that transformation comes like that, by providing space for growth, not only for you as a leader, but also for the people that are in your team. Because if Francis as a leader, I am doing everything. I am the one writing proposals, I'm the one meeting donors, I am the one coming to speak to Eddie, I will break down. But I need to build a team that is able to do that, so that when I'm doing something else, there is someone else that is doing something else, and they are growing in the process, and therefore I am able to also take care of myself as a leader. So if I don't do that, then I get overwhelmed with a lot of work, with a lot of stress and so forth. So for me, I think that is a very powerful way of leading, but also a powerful way of transforming the organization by creating new ideas, creating new blood into space for new blood to come in, and supporting them to grow. in different ways. Like myself, I started as an intern, I told you. I have grown to be a CEO. When I see these young girls come into the organization, I tell them my story. And I tell them, you're now an intern, you're doing the typing, you're running around providing paper and pen to the participants, but if you work hard, you will be in my place. And I see them really working hard, putting the best that they can be, consulting, seeking knowledge. I always encourage them to go back to school, provide the opportunity for them to do that. And in such a way, I see growth, and I celebrate this growth in the organization with the people that come in. Of course, when they come, they go, and then the new ones come. And I allow that to happen, because for me, that is growth for the organization.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Francis, if I walk right now to the community, I will be able to find and feel the impact of your work. That's what you're saying?
Yes, most definitely.
So the CEO bench is going to take a break, and when we come back, we will put Francis onto the last part of the show to task to explain how transformation is happening in society, where Ukobak is actually doing some work as a CEO. For her, it's very special because she's an executive director on the CEO bench, mainly to talk about herself as a person, but also what the organization is doing and the change that we are having coming through to the society as a result of some of the programs that she's talking about. Stay right there. The CEO bench is going for a break. Make yourself a cup of coffee while we also take a coffee break. But most importantly, share this interview far and wide. You never know who you're actually going to be changing their lives.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
as
interesting.
well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported.
Yeah.
You know, many people who write on this subject,
yes,
like Sylvia Tamale,
yes,
she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation,
yes,
Carnegie Foundation.
Yes.
There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyetodeke goes on to say, or I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So
Yeah.
with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important.
Yeah.
for you know, for your business later on. Yeah. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more,
yeah,
shares.
Yes.
It's the CEO bench on a Friday morning or Friday afternoon right here in Kampala. Straight from Kampala to the rest of the world is when we bring you the CEOs on the CEO bench. Today, we have an executive director of a women and children organization in Uganda, 30 years in operation and still counting. Francis Birungi Odong. We are yet to know who is Odong, who is Birungi in that mix, where does she come from? And we're going to welcome back to the show, first of all. A toast to the coffee break, and we have to toast to the CEO bench right there. And Francis, before we went for break, we're having a very interesting conversation. You've talked about many things, and I want to bring some people on the show. If you're following online, we would like to say thank you very much for being a part of the CEO bench. And I have a couple of questions for you. And so please share your kisses and disses here. If we're doing well, give us the kiss. If we're doing bad, diss us, we're okay. We like to receive feedback. And now is the time for you to send as many questions as possible to Francis to be able to answer them. And I want to start with somebody here called Queenie Jill, said, go auntie, super proud and inspired. So this must be one of your people. Yes, and then of course I have Kutui Stella Rose saying that the organization's ability to sustain itself beyond the donor funding is also okay. Wow, and key. Yeah. And she goes on to say also the ability of a leader to mentor and continually build the capacity of itself, of its staff, to be an all-round person capable of responding to emerging new trends at work, but also outside work is key. So basically these are some of the comments coming for you, Francis. And I have another one here coming from Frank Zaga, is saying, I am proud of you, my ED. I think these are your staff. Actually, when I joined Okobak in 2018, I was not interviewed by a panel, rather I was given support, and now I'm a good mediator in land matters. Okay, so we can test some of your leadership abilities and the transformation. All right, Kutui has said, great work, Francis Birungi. And Diva Mukasa says, thank you very much. And if you have another question, I want to see some questions. These are kisses. Are there some questions? Do you have some questions for her and you wanted to answer? We're going to go into it right away. Francis, welcome back to the show. We want to go straight to this part of the show, which is transformation. And I can see that some people are giving you props already on that. Francis, this program is relevant for people already working. People in existing organizations, establishing their own organization or preparing to enter the workplace. It's not always easy for many people, and that's why we bring some of you who are already in that space, doing it by action, not just by talking, and then to share. And then having an organization, of course, an organizational context like you've talked about, to be able to offer great learning or space or services to people is a good experience for us to have. And we will want to know from you. There is a very strong shrinking space. Shrinking, going down. Civil society organization is going down. The space in Uganda remains very small. And the biggest threat to the NGO especially, those in sensitive sector of human rights, as well as governance and land issues, seems to be quite a very difficult space. We've seen many of them arrested, and the land cases remain to be some of the very key areas. Your organization is focusing in many of these areas, and I've heard you talk about the key program areas that you're working on. We want to know from you. In some cases, the police has, besieged some of these offices and organizations of NGOs such as yours, arrested some of them. What are your advice to fellow leaders in civil society organizations, particularly those who find themselves in a space with police or in a running battle with police or with authority? In your submission earlier on, you said that one of the things you do, you must work in line with the national plan. What would be your advice to some of these people who find themselves in this space? And by the way, does it mean that they fall out of line with government, or they are still in line with government? What happened?
Okay, I think for me, I do not believe that these civil society organizations that are, have fallen victim, that they are working outside the line of government. As civil society organization, our mandate is actually beyond just the national priorities. It also goes to the global priorities. We contribute to something larger. And really, most of us as civil society organization, our business is human rights. It is ensuring that human beings are able to fully exercise their human rights and fundamental freedoms. And in doing that work, together with governance work, of course you will step on many toes, because some things may not sound or, be good enough for government to take in. But does that mean that we should stop doing what we're doing? I don't think we should stop doing what we're doing. I think it's very important for us to remain focused on what our mandates are. And our mandates are really to promote human rights of all individuals, irrespective of their, differences. So I think many organizations are victims because they have been bold enough to, promote these rights. And many times, of course, when you're doing that, there are times when the government will not be comfortable with what you're doing, but does not mean that we should stop what we are doing. So it is important to be in line with the priorities of government, but it is also we should not feel that we should only do the softer, easier things to do. It's important for us to also contribute on the harder things, because that's where it's pinching most for the largest part of the society. And I think the most important thing for civil society organizations to do is, first and foremost, because many of us are donor dependent. And I think one of the comments that came in was the issue of sustainability. Many of us are donor dependent, and when this happens, we can't operate because the space is closed, you can't get funding, you can't meet, you can't engage. So I think we need, as civil society organization, to think about how we can be able to sustain our processes, irrespective of whether we are getting donor funding, either from government or from donor organizations. How can we, as civil society organizations, be able to raise our own resources? There's a lot of resources within the country that we can leverage on. So we need to be very innovative as civil society organizations to raise resources that can sustain our processes, even when such circumstances come in. But also very important is for civil society organizations to have security plans. It's very important for because the environment that we are working in is very sensitive. And today I'm safe, tomorrow I am not. I do not know whether what I'm doing tomorrow is going to step on Eddie in government's toes. So I think it's very important to have security plans, to be prepared that in the eventuality that this happens, how do I make sure that this organization does not stop to operate? And I think security plans are very important, especially around the issue of information and data. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, so we need to know how do we back up? How do we keep our information in a way that it is safe for us to be able to operate even after this? Because governments come and go, and when they go, these organizations will continue doing their work. So I think that is very critical. And finally, I think as civil society organizations, we also need to do, and it's within, of course, with the security plan, to do something around defending human rights providers. So human rights defenders need to be supported. For us that are working on issues, for example, that are very sensitive, like land, people that are working on governance issues, I think such persons need to be protected, need to be supported, so that then they can be able to continue doing their work. So defending human rights, providing them with information, providing them with skills and ways in which they can keep safe. What time do you move? Whom do you interact with? What do you say where? Is very important, so that then we can be able to sustain our work irrespective of all these difficulties that we work around.
Wow. Well, you are on the CEO bench, Eddie Okela, Francis Berungi. We are talking about leadership, change management, and transformation. Francis, one of the biggest criticism of the NGO sector is the donor dependency, which you have mentioned. A lot of us argue that most foreign organization or money that comes through into this organization come with strings attached. And most times there is no room for us to build capacity locally here as an organization to go forward, because the funding given to you, 90% of it often go back to where it's supposed to come from. And NGOs have suffered. How has WUCOBAC managed to stand 30 years of doing what it does, or what it has been doing all these years? What are the strategies that you can recommend to somebody, or to some organization there, or to some CEO out there who is struggling, and to some young people who are rising into position of leadership to be able to sustain if they find themselves in an organization such as yours? Yeah, it's true. I think donor dependency is something that we really suffer as civil society organizations. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to think innovatively as civil society organizations on how we can sustain our processes, irrespective, of whether there is funding from outside or not. It's difficult, but it can happen. There are other interventions, other activities that can actually generate income for the organization, like membership fees, like doing income generating services and activities that can really sustain the organization. That is very critical. So organizations need to think out of the box to find ways in which they can sustain their processes. As WUCOBAC, I think our main, what has really added value, or what has really helped the organization to stay for this long, is the fact that when we decide to do something, we do it to our best. And that is something that I tell my team, that it does not matter how much money we get, even $1,000. We should do the best that we can do with that resource that we have. So you asked a question before we went to the break, that if you went to the community, would you see impact? And I would tell you that if you go to the communities where we work, we are operating in 10 districts, you will see real impact. We try as much as possible to make sure that we have systems in place, structures in place that ensure that the resources that we mobilize as an organization are properly utilized for the use that is, it's intended for. So you see impact, you see people really transforming. The transformation at community level is amazing. We work with the poorest of the poor, we work with the most vulnerable. I sometimes don't like to use the word vulnerable because it also stigmatizes many. But we work with that, you understand the category of people that we work with. And it's amazing to see that when you inject information,
finances, trainings to these communities, to these families. It's amazing to see how they transform from A to B. And I think for us as UCOBAC, that has helped our organization to stay, because people have seen that the work that we do is real. People's lives are actually transforming in the different sectors that we work in, but also the issue of accountability and transparency. That is something that is priority to me as a leader, to make sure that resources that we have, either financial or material, but even the human resources, there is accountability and transparency in the way we do our things. There is nothing that I know that my staff don't know. I try as much as possible to create space for people to know what is happening in the different spaces, but also to make sure that for those that choose to work with us, we account to them. We show them that, look here, this is what we have been able to do. We have systems that are able to show that evidence that this is happening. And so the trust is built. Many of our donors have been with us for even over 15 years. For example, and it's very rare to see that in civil society organizations. But we have our funding partners that have really walked the journey with us, because they see that we have systems in place, we have processes in place that ensure that there is transparency, there is accountability, but there's also value for money, there is impact, there's real transformation. And our objectives are clear, and we try as much as possible not to go outside what we stand for. There is a question where you ask that, you know, sometimes people come with money, and as an organization you want to move. And
their salaries usually higher than the local salary, and they go back with this money.
And then they influence, No, for us as UCOBAC, we have our objectives, we know what our mandate is, we stick to our mandate. So irrespective of how much money you bring, if it's outside our mandate, we will not take it. By the time we choose to do these 4 program areas, we know that these are the areas that will transform a life. So if you bring your money and you say, we know you're doing these 4 things, but we have money, can you do 5, 6, and 7? That is not in our mandate. We will not take it. We may show you who can take it, or we can tell you, no, try elsewhere. And I think that has also helped UCOBAC to stay for long, because we choose what to do, we stick to what we do, and we work as a team. Teamwork has been very powerful for us in the organization. We make sure that we all know what we are supposed to do, and we do what we are supposed to do.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, you are on the CEO bench, and you're hearing that coming from the executive director of UCOBAC on the CEO bench, talking leadership, change management, and transformation. Do you have a question for Francis Birungi Odong? And we are listening to our evening of the show, and great discussions with you, Francis. Creating proper work-life balance is one of the biggest issues with CEOs.
Yes.
And in Uganda, we have such a big one. Whenever ladies, for example, rise to the position of leadership, powerful places of leadership, the men begin to say, now my wife has left. She's there, but I don't think she's with us anymore. The children begin to cry, and of course, sometimes also men who rise into a higher position of leadership have the same problem. Now, we want to know from you, how have you managed to balance your work life as an executive director of UCOBAC, and as a mother?
And a wife.
And a wife.
I think we need to start off from understanding where this comes from. This comes from the fact that that is who our society is. It's a patriarchal society, so there's a lot of male dominance. So there's a lot of discomfort and fear that comes from a woman taking a space that is traditionally
meant for men.
So of course it is expected. So I think once we understand where that comes from, then we are able to deal or to find solutions to work around it. And what I mean is that we need to support the system. We need to transform the system, but not disintegrate it. You know, we need to realign it, to understand that the world has changed. You know, things cannot be the same. And for me, as you said, I am a mother of 4. I am a leader of a civil society organization. I am a wife. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with all that.
Yes.
But being a mother and wife has not stopped me from being a leader as well. And I think this comes from, first and foremost, understanding the environment in which I'm working. So I am able to speak with Mr. Odong to support him, because I understand that Mr. Odong has grown up in a society that I've also grown up in, and he may get a shock with what is happening. So creating that environment where he's able to understand why it is important for me to participate in this space as well. How it supports him as a man, how it helps our family, how it helps society. Once he appreciates that, then he creates the space that will enable me to do all that. The challenge we have is that many women like me, when we get empowered, we become fighters. We go in our homes, we want to fight, we want to show, we want to show that I've arrived, I know, human rights, I'm a woman, empowerment. And that is a wrong approach, because we must understand, where does this come from? Don't blame the human being, but blame the system, and find ways in which you can support this person to interrogate the system, but also navigate for the benefit of himself, yourself, the children, the family, and the organization and the country at large. So I think it's very wrong for many women, and we do this even in the communities when we talk to women and empower them, tell them, don't go home and start telling the man, so message, I now know, I have been told. Help them to understand why this is important, because you're going to contribute something. You want the children to go to international schools, you're admiring everyone to go to international schools, but you're saying your wife should not go to work. You're going to break down as Eddie. You're going to get stressed, you will die, you will leave me in stress, the children are not. So if you appreciate and you understand all that, then you will create the space. So I think for me, as an individual, that has worked very well for me. I have created a space where me and my husband have been able to appreciate the good that comes from empowering a woman. We have one daughter. We create a lot of space for her as well to be empowered, because we have demonstrated it, that when I do well, you do well as my husband, the family does well, you know, the children are in better schools, they are fed well, they're getting good health. So for me, I really think it's a process. It's not something that changes in an instant, but we have to create a space that allows people to interrogate some of those difficulties around our system and how we can be able to reshape and you know, change the order of the day. And that can only happen if the other gender appreciates
what is going on.
What comes with a woman being in this space and participating in this process. And I think that has worked very well in my experience.
Wow. Well, the CEO bench is coming to the end, and of course, Francis is spitting fire to some women. I hope she doesn't get her leg broken along the way while leaving the CEO bench on this day. Francis, how are you able to keep healthy and, you know, and fit? And what are some of the tips that you would share with us on the CEO bench to be able to strike a proper balance? I'm a health and fitness coach.
Okay.
And I have a very strong background in human kinetics, and you know, specialize in what they call muscle hypertrophy. So 90% of my time I spend with CEOs and MDs, people who are in higher position than I am. They are mostly attracted to me because they have a deficit of health and fitness. And so they're usually superhuman in offices, but super broken humans in health and fitness. How have you been able to balance this life of health and fitness, you know, to some leaders who might be disfigured right now, for lack of a better word, that they have been able to disfigured because of stress comes in, and they have lost shape. You are in pretty good shape. How are you able to do it? We know who to credit also, but yes.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. That's a very good question. And I think self-care is priority for all leaders, but also for everyone. Self-care is very important. And for me as a leader, I know that if I am sick, if I am unhealthy, I will have an unhealthy organization, a sick team, and everything will disintegrate. So I try as much as possible to be healthy in mentally, but also physically. And what I do as a person is that I take time to go to the gym after work. It doesn't have to be a whole hour. Even if it's 30 minutes, I can, you know, work out and try to re-energize for the next day. And usually I have found that when I do that, the next day I'm alert, I am able to think, to strategize, and you know, and everyone can tell that things are moving well. So physical fitness is very critical, but also taking off time, me time, you know, to just take care of myself, be happy. So I can go out with my siblings, I go out with my friends, my husband, you know, take off time out of the city, go somewhere, relax, read a novel, no books, no laptop, no nothing. You know, a day or two, it makes a very big difference. You know, it just brings sanity back, and you're able to transfer this sanity to the people that you lead. And I also encourage my team. Every time I talk to them, I encourage them, you know, take some time off, go, you know, relax, go out, do some exercises. And some people say, we don't have time to go to the gyms. You can do it in your bedroom, you can stretch around, you can do yoga, and all these things I do and support my team to also do that. And I think it's very critical for us to take care of ourselves so that then we can be healthy as leaders and also be able to make our organizations healthy, our teams healthy, and the country will be healthy as well.
If you are joining us, the CEO bench has come to an end. Of course, Francis right there, or Frances, as some of you would like to call it, or call her. And of course, she is the CEO of, or the ED of Okobak. On the CEO bench, I have a very interesting comment here coming in from Maureen Achand Aimbizibwe. She's saying that, proud of you, Mrs. Odong, you are doing a good job. And I've got the last one here coming from Akutui, Stella Rose. How have you managed to thrive in the midst of the shrinking civil society space? What strategies are you putting in place for safety? I think she's referring to that. Maybe that will be our last question as we wind up, of course, from that point of comment coming from other people. Would you like to respond to her? She's saying that, what are you doing? What are the strategies for your safety?
Yeah, we have a security plan as an organization. And this security plan goes as far as looking at safety of the offices within which we operate. So making sure that the place is secure, we have security people in place, you know, we have the physical security systems, but also very critically information. We try as much as possible to back up our information on a regular basis and make sure that our data is not disrupted. We can be able to access it and continue to operate from wherever we are. But also trying as much as possible to work in collaboration with the government, with our government leaders, so that they can understand what we do, appreciate what we do, and see how this contributes or complements their efforts. Because once they do not understand and appreciate that, then they will always see you as a threat. Civil society organizations have always been labeled as a threat, an organization that is against government, but not necessarily. So for them to be able to work with you, to be part of the processes, so that they can then see that yes, we are doing governance work, yes, we are doing land work, but this is for the good of the country. There is a lot that we are contributing, and we can do this together. That has really helped us as an organization to be able to sustain our processes.
Well, we have answers, and thank you very much for coming to the show today. The CEO Bench, like I said earlier on, exists to give you a platform to be able to share with us what you're doing, and we bring people who are already doing it, people who are practicing it, people who know where they want to go and can share that plan with us. When was the last time you cooked for Mr. Odong?
I cook for Mr. Odong whenever I can. He cooks for me as well. And that is what I was talking about, that there needs to be a shift in terms of who does what. So it's not necessarily me who should cook for him.
Because EDs always leave these questions. The food is always prepared by the maid. So that's why we want to know whether Mr. Odong actually has food cooked by his ED wife.
Okay, when there is time, when time allows, I create time for that. But I emphasize that he does that for me as well, because we need to support each other. We are all contributing equally to the growth of our family. So it is important that when we have time, we do such nice things for each other. Yes.
Is Mr. Odong, by the way, out of curiosity, in the civil society organization?
No, he actually works for the government of Uganda. He's a civil servant. So yes, so I'm doing civil society work, I'm complementing the work that he's doing in government.
So, and out of just fun questions, so if there was a fight between the civil society organization and the government, and it comes to your house because you are in the civil society organization and he's in a civil society, he's a civil servant, what happened when you have a fight in the home? When government accuses you and this is happening, do you guys have a fight at home?
We talk. No, we don't fight. Yeah. Fight is something that he knows I am against gender-based violence, and he supports the work that I do. Yes. So we talk, and he will tell me the government position. I will bring in the civil society position, and then we see, you know, sometimes we agree, sometimes we agree to disagree, but we move forward. Well, yes. All
right. And who owns the land title, by the way? Now that you masters in the land rights, you probably might be owning all the land titles.
No. Yeah. We own our property together. We co-own as husband and wife, and that is what we try to teach our communities for co-ownership. But also, I own some land individually, and I don't do it in hiding. He knows that when we have that discussion, and I can own land individually as a woman because we have the right to do so. And he owns some properties individually, but we also have a lot of property where we have both contributed, and we also own that together. And if all families could do that, I think we'd have peace. I have been married to Mr. Dong for over, we are coming to 18 years, and I think this is something that facilitators are just being able to discuss these issues, being able to discuss some of the difficulties in the system and seeing the benefits that come from changing or transforming some of these issues has helped us, and I hope that it can help many families if they adapt to it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we've come to the end of this show, and Francis, your parting shot here, we're looking at organizational culture, tools of collaborations and levels of organization development, creating an agile organization and practices from the future.
Yeah.
What are your summary of these things as a CEO who is on the move, who is training and mentoring people to hand over this organization?
Okay.
Thinking from the future. As your summary and your last word to your people. Yes.
So as a leader, a CEO of this organization, my really parting comment is really to the younger generation that it is our time to take on leadership, and we need to be ready for it. So there's a lot of things that we can do to be ready for it. We can learn from the older leaders, learn the good parts, good things that they have done, and be able to understand the realities that are existing right now in our environment, the changes, the opportunities, the challenges, and take advantage, seek knowledge as much as possible, go back to school, have studies, go to spaces where there are interactions and conversations so that we can be better leaders and show that we are able to lead and transform our communities and our organizations, so that by the time we hand over to the coming generation, I hope that our generation will not be one that sticks to power, but we can be able to pass on this mantle to the new generation, a healthy community, a healthy organization, healthy country, and to healthy people that have learned from us. So those are my parting words, and I wish all leaders, young leaders like myself, all the best in their leadership journey.
Well, thank you very much for coming to the CEO Bench today. It's time for us to toss to the CEO Bench, and until next week, the CEO Bench has come to an end. We've hosted and we've been talking to Francis Birungi Odong, the CEO of Ukubak. And if you have liked the interview, share it far and wide. Please make sure you don't be selfish. CEOs are not selfish. And of course, we want to encourage all of you to send us a nomination of who you would want to see as the next CEO on the CEO Bench. Until next time, stay blessed. The CEO Bench signing out. Edio Killer, Francis Birungi signing out.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Over the moon and over the sky, gospel music to the world. Kids can feel like tick-tock combination.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Look me for the young grip on the stress, what that one. Picking the camp on the place for box warp on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look the they want to take it for fun. Offer stress them love for your place. Them can't find no race results for your gun. Yes, yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them on, make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Fire fall, attack me hard. Now make the devil come on, no fit me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul. Bless me up, we keep Jesus, you're the one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, eat like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus are the emperor. Jesus, chocho wunda kama tendo kimbakuwa. Ulisa makuwa gangi na viyo jendaga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
So tell me, feel me brother, my sister, and the brother man, not from the child of a man. You love and bless me, you did restore me. Gospel music to the world.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. you fire, I wanna see you fire, I wanna see you fire,
Gospel music to the world. Kimsky and Freela, Tikita, for Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, man. Fire, piano, fire, piano. Fire, piano, fire, piano. Fire, piano, fire, piano.
Likapunja komo nyanja ameisaga nguka gakwata n'omutima gwange okagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana abasaija nsangire bengidi bakwegomba tuna banjuma banswasa no mu bantu abasi babimba bana kansonja kibeire kiroto I love you, love you, love you. Aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana likapunja komo nyanja ameisaga nguka gakwata n'omutima gwange okagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamutwale aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ungibuliza aboki ijamutwale ninyenda kumurira kalyawe aboki ijamutwale bisa bitugu kitwisi kyange aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana
Hello and welcome to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Wherever you're watching from around the world, it could be morning, afternoon, it could be evening, whatever time it is. I know the saying always goes like it's always tea time, but here at House of Talent, on this day we say anytime is coffee time. My name is Emmanuel, like I said, and the Coffee Messiah is not here with us today. He had to go, I think, to convert some people and maybe bring them into the studio next time we're here. But nonetheless, in the studio today, we have someone who is very experienced when it comes to the business of coffee, when it comes to everything that entails coffee. Mr. Abdul, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's a privilege for us to have you here. I know that you bring a lot of experience when it comes to the coffee industry and the coffee business. And just to start off, we want to say thank you for coming to House of Talent. It's a privilege for us to have you here. And we just want to get straight into your journey as a person. You know, before you got into the whole coffee business, I know that, you know, none of us grows up thinking, okay, you know, I want to enter coffee one day. Yeah. So just take us through your life. You know, where did you study? Where did you grow up? What kind of influences did you have in your life? And what led you to this place here today?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so thankful. Like you've introduced me, my name is Yusuf Abdul. Actually, my way back, I was born in Entebbe.
Yeah.
That's my place of birth. And actually, it's not where I enjoyed my youthful age. I grew up in Kabale district. And I salute everyone in Kabale. I know they're also watching right now.
Oh.
And I studied in Entebbe. That is from my primary, my secondary level, and then I had to go to Kabale.
Yeah.
That's where I had to complete my my studying institution. However, to do with the coffee business, it's actually so, I would say, amazing to me, because I had no idea, because where I grew up there was nothing like coffee. And actually I was being inspired by, actually, he's a white guy, actually. I will tell you that. He was by names of Mr. John Quinton. He's a British citizen, and I came to meet him in Kampala sometimes back in 2000, it was 2005. Yeah, so we chatted, and I think as I would say grown-ups or people who have kind of moved places, he picked interest in me. So in Kabale, he so moved there, and he had a charity organization that he was running. It was actually called Africa Equipment for Schools. So actually I have a long story, but I think we can catch up with it. So it was called Africa Equipment for Schools, and he took me on as I was a project assistant manager. Like it was, they were building schools and also looking at ensuring kids could stay at school as a mission, and kind of looking forward in why there is a kind of big dropout rate at schools. So we were kind of looking at that point to ensure that we can have kids at school. That's by that time. But with him, he came in, and I did not know that he also had a background, which was coffee. So one day he called me. No, we were driving, actually. We were driving from Kampala to Kabale, and then we were jazzing about, and he's like, you know, do you know that in, no, he asked me, what are you going to do to be rich? He asked me that. What would you do to be rich? I know he was expecting me to tell him that I would work for you and become rich. So, yeah, actually I did not say that. So I said, Yeah, I have to be patient. That's what I told him. I have to be patient. I know there's some big catch ahead of me. He said, no. You know what? Uganda, you have got coffee.
Yeah.
And coffee is very close to oil in terms of commodity. He said, oil sells more, yeah? But coffee is next. Uganda, you have the best coffee. One of the best coffee all over the world.
Yeah.
This is someone from Europe. He's been here for some time and they do research. By the time he mentioned that, he had already made his research on the Ugandan coffee.
Yeah.
So here he carried on, he told me, we need to find coffee somewhere. I need to get sample of coffee somewhere. If possible, I can try it out. And I asked him why, how, sorry. He said, I will show you. So we reached Kampala. Like over the weekend, he called me to the office because he was my superior, as my boss. He gave me a task. He told me, you know what? You're going to visit these places and I would want you to get these informations from the places you're heading and make sure you come back with the samples of coffee.
So he made you kind of like a research assistant in
And I had no any idea, but I was good in, I was traveling to Kigali. And actually, I didn't know how to speak that language. I couldn't speak the
Kinyarwanda.
Those brothers of our language. But I had good Swahili, and in those offices, they had French, Swahili, and
bit of English.
They Kinyarwanda, more. I mean, frequently spoken. Are those three. So, yeah, I went in those offices. I went to the Rwanda Coffee Authority. I moved on to all those places in Rwanda because I even didn't know the places. But I had directions on how to reach there, and I could easily use motorbikes. And they could hear the Swahili. I was like, no, I'm going to do it. So I continued. Yeah, I came with a lot of samples and dropped to him. I had specifications, but I did not know how to differentiate or to kind of explain what exactly I came with. But according to what I requested from them, they gave me some samples. So I came back. Oh, he was so thankful, and yeah, we spent the whole time there talking about other things, but I'm sure for him, he knew that the goal is hitting the target. So the next day I had to travel to Chisoro. The next day. So I left alone what I was supposed to do, but some people, we were many, not alone like me alone, but I think he wanted to fulfill the story that we had when we were driving.
About being rich.
That's it. That's what I said. So I went to Chisoro, also the same thing, moved to several places, and from there I could inquire also for some other places because I did not know the whole places, but I would inquire, where else can I find something as good as you having here or anything close so they could refer you. Yeah, so there I went. I also came back. Actually, from Kisoro, I got a lot of coffee. I don't know, maybe they give coffee for free. Yeah, so I came with almost 20 kgs from there. I didn't pay for it because they were like, no, you take it. Because I explained to them where I'm coming from and I'm looking forward to try their coffee and see if the consistency is right. Maybe we would be communicating to them on the way forward. They were so kind of humbled. And since I came maybe to the factory where they do the processing, they had to give me enough. So there I left, and then I also brought that. So the other week I had to go and do my task as usual. Then I came back on Monday, so he told me to stay over. He had roasted. I didn't know in his suitcase as he was coming to Uganda. That is some years, like 5 years ago, he came with a sample roaster in his bag. So there he had roasted some coffee. He told me that 5 years ago, I came with mine. Imagine, you know, this advanced world, people tend to prepare themselves for the next in advance. So, he had roasted coffee during the weekend. So when I came over, I said, "Whoa, stay over." He prepared the coffee and he tried. How is it? Yeah. He was my boss. I had to say it's good. So, I had to say the coffee tastes good, but you know what? I wasn't used. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's good. He had some biscuits there, and so it became a kind of a norm, because we had 20 kgs from some kgs I got from Rwanda. Now he's roasting and drink his coffee over there now and then. So we're working, but now he's drawing more of the plans. There he started. It's like, you know what? We need to look for a place and have a coffee shop around. Very fast. How is it going to work? I have an idea. That's how he was like. So he would be the main man, and I'm always following. So, there we go. So I started looking for places around the town, and I got some expensive places and all that. So he ordered for it was an espresso machine. He ordered for one espresso machine. It was old actually. I wouldn't say that it wasn't that beautiful machine. It was old. But maybe he wanted some kind of vintage stuff. You know, sometimes they want to have that crafty things. It looks old, but it's doing perfect stuff, you know, because it was linked to having a grinder on the side. It could, you know, self-made, something like that. So it took us about 2 months moving up and down. Then we got a space at Cash and Carry supermarket. Those who are in Kampala, I'm sure they would be remembering some a coffee shop and a Cash and Carry supermarket there. And we did some arrangement. We arranged the place, and then we got girls in to do some training as we are organizing the place. You know, do the roofing, doing more furnitures, purchasing things from Kampala. So they were also doing training using that machine over, and I would also be part of that.
So it's interesting that you went up to that. We're going to take a short break. This is a very interesting story, and after the break we'll get back right into it. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent. My name is Emmanuel. Today we are hosting Abdul Yusuf, who's giving us, a hint on how he ended up in the coffee business, telling us that his first experience actually with coffee wasn't that good. And we'll be talking about this and more as we get back into it. Let's take a break, go grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. This is House of Talent Television.
at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince?
Yes.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. This is the show where we get to talk about everything that is involved in coffee. We get to talk about brewing. We get to talk about issues like from tree to cup. For those of you who understand that, and for those of you who don't understand, well, this is the right show for you. Before we went for a break, we're talking to Mr. Abdul about his story, about where he started from and where he ended up in the coffee business, and he gave us his experience and said that his first experience with coffee actually wasn't good. He took it and said it was good so that he could impress his boss. But I think it's something that really, it's a road that led him to this place, and I don't think it's something that you regret. It's something that has really built you into the man that you are in the coffee business. And wherever your boss is, we want to say thank you to him because he has given the country a very good resource. Talking about your story, I realized that you got into roasting before you actually became a barista that you are now. So we just want to dive into the coffee roasting process because that is our main topic for today. We'll start off with what is coffee roasting. For those who are watching, they might not even know that coffee is roasted in the first place. Okay, so what is coffee roasting?
Yeah, actually, thank you so much. If I can talk about coffee roasting, this is a process whereby your green coffee beans, are being technically using fire. I would say are being technically by use of fire, being put into, I would say, a way that you want it. You're turning it from the green, and you're getting it to the level you're looking at. Let me say you're doing, let me say medium roast,
like to the level we have on the screen there.
All right,
we
that
can
looks
see
great on the screen. So that is almost medium to dark roast. So that one, it's actually a reaction that took place to enable that coffee beans turn to that color by use of fire and the chemical reaction that took place during the fire and the coffee beans. So the coffee turned into that color and it's softened so it can be easily grinded and you can brew your coffee after that coffee is being roasted.
That's interesting. So where does it start? Because I know that the coffee process itself actually starts from when you put a seed into the ground, like for those who grow coffee. Okay, then it comes into the hands of whoever is going to do the roasting. So where do we start the process from and where does it end up into a cup?
Actually with coffee processing, ideally I prefer to give a kind of a very clear understanding that people should mind that before you start roasting your coffee, you should understand the type of coffee you need to roast. That's the first thing. If you're looking at the type of coffee, then there follows the quality of the coffee. Some people would just roast it. I don't know how they do it, but the right way or the right procedure could be, you should first make analysis of your coffee That's to do with the defects that the coffee should be having. You know, right from the garden, the coffee would be processed. You know, as it's processed, that is removing the outermost skins when it's already dry, actually.
Yeah.
Removing the outermost skin, you know, the parchment, and now the coffee is the green coffee we are having now. So by the time you're having your green coffee, you need also to take a very clear note that if you're having it in quantity, it's not mixed up and you're having some defects into the coffee.
Yeah.
So in that way, you should take note. You either have your moisture right for the coffee, that it is dried. The coffee is free from defects, you know, and the coffee, maybe even the smelling could smell nice, then the physical appearance, the coffee looks more greener. Because if it gives you a pale kind of looking, then there is something wrong with the coffee. Maybe it had a poor storage. Then the result in your cup will be disappointing.
Will be different, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so from what you're saying is that I need to first see what kind of coffee I have. I believe that in different parts of the world, there are different types of coffee, and there are different effects that come onto this coffee. For example, the place where you grew it from, the kind of soil you used, you know, and by the time it comes to the cup, I think it still contains some of those elements. Okay, so we have collected the coffee from, let's say, the farmers. We have sorted the debris from it, and now we have it in our hands. Okay, what type of equipment do we need to use to roast this coffee? I believe that there are commercial equipments, then there are some that we can actually use locally at home. I believe before all these equipments came, I remember we were talking before the show, there was this kawa coffee we had back in the day. I believe that some of those equipments were used locally. So what are some of these local equipments that we can use at home, and also those that are used maybe in bigger companies?
Yeah, actually, if we are looking at coffee as a commodity, or for value addition, you need to follow certain standard, which is required for you to ensure that you reach into the market and your coffee is matching with the standard, which is, you know, moving in the market.
Yeah.
So if you're kind of hitting back, let me say, those people in the village, they feel like they want to roast their coffee and they want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
This is different from the commercial, you know, it's a bit of it because you want to add value to it. So that means you need to take your research on what is required and you do them, you know, on the market, such that you maintain the quality. The coffee should be having flavors, and at the end of the day, you're amazing people with what you've been cooking the other side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people use frying pans, you know. They use frying pans, but to be honest, I don't feel like advising because you know the problem you're going to have when you're doing that, the coffee is going to retain more of the smoke into the coffee beans, and it's going to have more of uneven roast. Other coffee are going to be ready, and the other coffees will also be different, you know. So it's not advisable to do it that way, because the only way we have to do it is doing it the right way. Yeah, you can grab your coffee when it's roasted according to your, you know, preference. If you want a medium, you want it, you grab a pack, and there's no substitution. You can do it only to buy a small sample roasters. There, because you can kind of regulate the temperatures on how you are roasting it. Actually, that can also work for like a home-based stuff to make sure that you have your cup at the end of the day. They are there, I'm sure, in supermarkets. You can get it in Jumia, I don't know, but you can have that. You put in some little bit, something like 200 or 150 grams of coffee. You fire it up. You know, you can plug it on, and then
It does the roasting.
It does the roasting. So you can enjoy your coffee that way. You have your small grinder also, because it's important. You cannot drink your coffee without grinding. Yeah, the process ends up with grinding, and then you're having your
cup of coffee.
Your cup of coffee brewed.
Okay, so that's on the home side.
Yes.
I believe that you work for a company that does this on a commercial scale.
Yes.
How different are those the ones that they use commercially from the local ones, and are there any particular types that if I wanted to start a coffee roasting company that I should look out for?
Yeah, actually, with coffee, when you're talking about roasters and how they are best in terms of their functions, we have a hot air roaster, which is more of a convection, you know, and then we have the other one which has a direct heat, you know. I can just be so direct. So if you're having a direct heat roaster, so that means this is the effect that people don't know. If you're roasting coffee using one which is having a direct heat, so the impact to the coffee beans is direct, because the drum keeps on turning. You're having your coffee inside the drum, and it's heated under, which is more direct to the drum. So the drum is turning, and the heat impacts direct to the coffee beans. So at the end of the day, you find like still the flavors, you will have some variations in terms of flavors. You might not develop as a whole than the other convection roaster. You know, and another effect when you're doing that, you can hardly make a high roast. You know, you can hardly make a high roast to the level that you're looking for. You know, you can do all that, but your determination of the cup will vary. You might not get it perfect. That is if you're doing a direct heat. So if you're doing a convection roaster, convection roaster is more kind of interesting, because it does a soft roasting whereby you're having a chamber which is having a cyclone on the other side, so it transfers the heat to the drum inside, and the paddles inside carries on dropping the coffee, and the coffee is just dancing into the hot air, you know, something like that. And the only thing you have to do is to regulate your burner ratio to ensure that the coffee is developing according to your expectations. So at the end of the day, the bean would be more even. It would be soft roasted. There's no hard roasting. I think you get what I'm trying to mean, the difference between the two. So it's not hard roasted, you know. So by the time your coffee is out, it's more even. Immediately you get the aroma out, and you feel like, wow, you know. That's the difference with having different
direct and hot
air, you know. Yeah,
I like the way you say that, you know, the coffee dances.
It does.
It gives it a very good perspective. We're going to get more about into the flavors that I believe that, because when you roast, you have a light roast, you have a medium, then you have the dark roast, and these basically give you very different flavors. Okay, but we're first going to go into a break, then we'll come back and talk about these flavors, because I know the people out there actually want to know what kind of flavors do I get when I roast the coffee. We'll be back. We'll be right back after this break, but we'll not only be talking about the flavors, but we're also going to do something special. We're going to brew some coffee, like it's the tradition here, and always I can't really wait to test the different kind of coffee that the different baristas make here. This is House of Talent Television. The show is The Coffee Break. Stay right there. We will be right back after this.
people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's book face. Why are you on book face? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Etengi Manuel, and remember, you can always catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Television Uganda. That's on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And you can also catch us on House of Talent Television UG.com, and that is our website. You can catch not only this show but also other shows that will be happening. Before we went into a break, we're talking about coffee roasting with Abdul, and we're getting into basically talking about the different kinds of flavors that we get after roasting coffee. But as we do that, like I told you, we're going to have something special. As we talk about the different flavors that we have, we're going to be brewing a cup of coffee. So Abdul, what are we going to be brewing today? I see all these, you know,
yeah, actually we've
equipment.
We've got our Harrier V60.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it. So we would make we would brew our coffee. It would be about 4 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
So I think we are 4, yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
where do we start? For those of you who are following at home, just get your stuff ready and let's get into brewing this beautiful cup of coffee.
All right.
Abdul?
So actually this device okay, just make it rest here.
Yeah.
So with this device, this is a Harrier V60, you always get this, yeah?
Okay.
And you can improvise to get a jar for yourself. So it's actually pretty so easy to have this equipment used. It's very easy. So actually the mechanism, I think what's most important is for you to master how much, something like what quantity do you need to brew for like each cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I think that is so important because someone out there might want to brew his one and only cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And since we about, you know, want to share, you know, we need to do more than
Yeah, more
one.
than
So with this standard measurement you require to use for a V60, you need to use about a ratio of about 1 to 15. So we are talking about 1 gram of coffee could be equivalent to like 1 gram of coffee is equivalent to 1 meal of water.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you say 1 to 15, we are talking about 15 grams of coffee into 1 cup. So here we're going to have about 4 cups of coffee. So we're talking about having 60 grams of coffee, which is enough for us. So we will do about 200, and this is about 250 mils of water. So it would be very easy for us to have our yield out, you know, if we make 4 cups at a go.
Yeah.
Okay. So here you go. let me start by putting it here. So I don't have my weighing scale, but we can.
We can always measure just.
I have it
It's okay, we can always go with this.
Yeah, the right measurements are that you can have your 15 grams of coffee in your cup, and then here you go. So very simple. You have your coffee.
Because I think we need to mention that you need to have a filter.
Yeah, you need to, yes, you're right.
You might have someone, just pour it. And
you're right, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always better to have a filter because it helps you to kind of infuse the coffee so the granules get stuck on top, then you're having your brewed coffee down.
There,
so you just, very simple. This is our hot water. It's being brewed. It's been boiled. So you need it about at the boiling point, but you give it some minutes to rest a bit because you can't drink it when it's too hot. Yeah. So here you have to pour it over. You can either use that kettle to pour over, or you use a pour over kettle.
This looks like the ones that we used to use back in the day.
Yeah, but I think I can use that.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. So gently, just do it gently. Look at the coffee, so fresh. Yeah.
I think this is one of the things, first things that they teach at a coffee school, that when you're pouring the water, it has to be in a circular motion.
Yes,
you just don't pour, as you please. It has to be in a circular kind of motion.
Yeah, such that you can have an even flow,
Yeah, for those watching at home, I hope you can see how beautiful this looks on your screens there. We're brewing a beautiful cup of coffee, and
as it goes up, you can give it some seconds to make sure that it
all goes
down. Wow, look at that, so interesting.
Yeah, so as we brew this, we'll talk about the different kind of flavors that we can get from a roast. What kind of flavors basically do we get, and is there a particular recipe that each person has to get a different flavor, or it's kind of like a general type of flavor that we can all get?
Yeah, actually, if I can take you back just briefly during the roasting process. So as you're roasting, the roaster itself, in most cases, we give it time before you start roasting your coffee. So you give it some, you heat it up. We call it heating up. So you heat it up to a temperature of about 230 to 235 degrees above. So to ensure that the coffee you're going to drop in, remember the coffee you're dropping in is green. And the coffee is exposed to the atmospheric temperature. It's exposed to the atmospheric temperature. So when you drop the coffee in, it's going to drop the temperature that you had maintained before. Okay? So that one is technically done. As a roaster, I have to be there standing and monitoring my temperature. So I drop in my coffee in, and then I have to maintain my burner ratio. So I fire it up to ensure that we are maintaining the temperature in the drum and not leaving it relaxed. So we have 3 stages of roasting. We are looking at the drying stage, whereby the heat inside the roaster is nailing down the moisture which is present in a coffee bean before it's being roasted. Then at that stage we go into a developing stage. So the coffee starts developing. This is where you talk about the flavors, So this stage where the caramelization takes place, which is from about, if you drop in at around 260 degrees, 235 degrees, it drops down, the roaster drops down its temperature to about 70 degrees. That is way down,
I think that's where it becomes exothermic.
Yes, depending on how much quantity of coffee you are dropping in. It might not drop in if you're putting in little, depending. It depends, but I would say at a capacity of a roaster, if you put the right amount, it will drop down. So when it drops down, literally the temperature will move for about 4 minutes yeah, to about 160 degrees, then we reach to a stage of developing. So, developing stage, coffee start changing colors, yeah, caramelization takes place, and then sugars are present into the coffee. So it starts developing flavors, you know, complexity, and then you're looking at monitoring your type of roast you're looking at. So if you were looking at doing a medium roast, then if you're doing a temperature, you would look at around 210 to about 200 and not more than 220, depending on how you want a medium roast done. It can be a high, medium, something like that, slightly. And then if you are developing it further, you are roasting, you know, the last stage, which is the roasting stage. So the coffee starts changing colors. So now it does a medium dark roast, then you're doing a dark roast. So you're looking at more temperatures like 232, you're doing a medium to dark roast, and then we're talking about Celsius, you know. You go to 200 and about 240, doing a real dark roast with more oily on the body, and so interesting, you know. So now, as we are brewing, I think our coffee is ready.
Yeah, coffee is ready.
So as we do our brewing, we can have that on top here, if you don't mind. And we can have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, you can just move this here.
Served.
This is the part we always actually wait for.
Really?
To test the different kinds of coffee.
Very simple, you know, and anyone can do that at home, and you enjoy your coffee as you're doing some stuff.
Actually, it looks so simple.
Yeah.
If I can take you, you said you have a coffee school.
Yes.
And I think it's very important for us in Uganda to actually come up with these schools, you know, given the times that we're actually in, you know, with the whole lockdown and COVID. And, you know, some students are really not in school right now. There's a lot of other things that we can learn outside of school, for example, you know, involving ourselves in the coffee business. So just run us through your school, okay, what kind of activities you guys do, what kind of courses that you offer, and how can someone, you know, approach you and you get into your school.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much for that opportunity, and looking forward to kind of support our entire country amidst this very difficult times that we are going through. So our school, the school is called Gulf and Blends. Actually, we got the concept to kind of, you know, people like blended coffee, baristas talk about blendings, you know, so we came with that idea to say that's Gulf and Blends, and there is a history actually behind that. So our location, we are located at Rubaga. As you reach Salt FM or Salt Media, from there it's just like 5 minutes. You're reaching at Gulf and Blends Coffee. So from there we train baristas. We train baristas, and if you're a barista out there, you feel like you want to kind of handle these skills, and then you need to build something for your, you know, for your career, which is more tangible. You can come and have this skill at Gulf and Blends. You can train as a barista, we can train you. So we train them for a period of 1 month. We train them a period of 1 month. You can come and do an advanced skills for your training course. So advanced skill is when you train commercial basis, which is the espresso coffee machine, where you're going to do all the coffees, you know, from cappuccino, latte, macchiato, mochas. You do all that kind of coffee using that machine and mastering them, because in most cases we've got standard way of serving and standard way of preparing these coffees. So as you're training, you will learn that. apart from learning that, if you're doing advanced, you're going to also learn the specialty coffee brewing.
Yeah.
So specialty coffee starts with the green coffee, because specialty, this is like the standard way of preparation. It can either be the green beans, it's being carefully, taken care of to meeting certain standard.
Yeah.
So now we're going to also have a specialty preparation of coffee. I'm talking about brewing in the other hand, where we would be having different tools that we are using there, and they are actually traditionally known for their different tastes and different grinds of coffee required for you to brew them.
Yeah.
The other one is commercial, because you only use one grind of coffee, which is espresso grind, to kind of make all these other coffees.
Yeah.
Now you will need to adjust your grinder, have it more coarser, to kind of do a French press, do a V60, do a Chemex, and all those other coffees, even a drip coffee which you're having at home. You need a specific grind to make sure that you're not overflowing the coffee or messing up all over the table. Yes, so that is for the advanced. So if you're doing a basics training, you will only learn the commercial. Some people want that because they have been running over and they've been like
involved in the coffee business.
They were already waiters or waitresses. Now they just want to catch up. So that way also you just come and do basics because you have some idea.
Okay.
So we move together to ensure that we have our goals met.
Okay.
In our career.
So is there a way that these different people can contact you? Are you on social media? You already told us you're located in Rubaga, next to Salt Media. So are you on social media, and what are the handles that people can find you?
Yeah, actually you can reach us. You can reach us on our handles. Like I can give you my contacts. We are on WhatsApp. We're on Facebook. You can reach us on Facebook. It's Gulf and Blends. You just go Gulf and Blends. You find us on Facebook, and our contacts. If you can reach us direct as well, we can be so helpful to you and welcome you at Gulf and Blends. And literally, we call ourselves the coffee culture. Yes, so I can give you the number 0701 104027.
Okay.
I can repeat the number. It's 0701 104027.
And that's a WhatsApp and a calling number?
Yeah, that's a calling number and it's the WhatsApp number. You can reach us, and you can also hit on the Facebook, and then you find us. You comment or you tell us whatever you feel like discussing with Gulf and Blends.
Okay. Talking about that, as we actually have a cup of coffee before it gets so cold. We're talking before the show began, and you had something interesting that you wanted to tell people out there. Whoever wants to, start this barista journey of theirs. So I just want you to look into that camera and just tell that person, I know there's someone.
All right. Yeah, like he said, I know there is someone. I want to thank the team of
House of
Talent for hosting me, and I'm sure he's hosted the whole academy in here, though others are invisible, but I'm sure all of you are in here. So we are giving out an opportunity for those who are interested. They're feeling so much enthusiasm into coffee and they want to train as baristas. We are giving a chance for 5 people out there. If you want to train as a barista, we are giving a chance of a 50% discount, such that you can come and train with us. This is an opportunity. It's your opportunity. So you will have to call House of Talent, give them a call. The first 5 people, I'm sure you will be the lucky ones, and they will contact us for the lucky ones, and we will welcome you for the training. Yes, please.
Yeah, just to reiterate what he said, we're giving you an opportunity. I know that there are those of you who watch this show and keep on wondering, how can I become a barista? How can I get involved in the coffee process? And Gulf and Blends is here to give you that opportunity. So for the first 5 people to contact House of Talent, you can DM us on our social media handles. For the first 5 people, you're going to get a 50% discount from Gulf and Blends so that you can start your barista journey. We have told you, don't be like in Kampala where we say we didn't know, but we've let you guys know. So get involved in the coffee business. I believe that it's something that is going to be, you know, very good for not only your future, but, you know, for the future of those around you. And it will give you basically skills, added on skills. They call it add-on skills, you know, in other areas. As we draw close to the end of the show, I just want to thank you, Abdul, for, you know, coming here and, you know, just giving us your experience traveling around East Africa, being in Kisoro, your first experience with coffee, and, you know, telling us about the roasting process, all the equipment and all the flavors that are involved. I believe that I personally have learned a lot from this time, and I believe that everyone out there has also learned a lot. But like I said, we are drawing close to the end. But before we leave, I want you to look into that camera. I know that there's someone watching. I just want you to encourage them, you know, those people with questions of, should I really get into this? Should I do this? Just encourage them and let them know why they should get into the coffee business.
All right. Thank you for that concern. Now, what I would want to encourage, like my fellow Ugandans, Uganda is a very rich country. In terms of coffee, even during this season, that the hardest season we are going through, we as Uganda has been exporting coffee. It has been a commodity that has never stopped, even amidst this period. So we are looking at a business, I would say at large, which is more encouraging, more interesting, and it can be your next future, you know.
Kind of like an investment.
It can be your next future tomorrow. You become a barista, you come and train. Look at yourself as someone who's behind the counter, serving coffee, trying to craft it very nicely, and you have this kind of knowledge into your head. Someone has hired you, and you can simply do it the way you are being required to do it. So I feel so happy when someone has trained and I would give you out of experience. I've got some students, they train and they kind of get to travel. They go abroad, and by the time he sends back maybe a photo, you just say someone is, you know, doing well. You know, we have a tendency of other fellow Ugandans, you know, going abroad, and they come back when they start hiding themselves. You know why? It's because someone has gone out and did not go with a skill. So it's so important for us now to kind of involve ourselves in skills. It will dwell us from whatever situation that we have been kind of longing for, and we become better persons for our future.
Well, Abdul, thank you very much for those words, and I believe that whoever is out there has really been encouraged to get into, you know, the coffee business. And there's a saying that start now. You know, you shouldn't wait to put things into motion before you start, you know. Just start now. Like Abdul gave you his contacts. You have our contacts at House of Talent on our social media handles. Contact us. We can always let you know how you can get involved in the coffee business. And if you have someone out there who you believe that you want to see on this show, you can also nominate them. We'll have them here. But our time is fast spent. Abdul, thank you again very much.
Maybe just a second. I would like to send my regards to...
please.
I want to send my regards to a few people. First of all, I'm sending my regards to Mr. Bonnie. He's one of my partners at Gulf and Blends. I know he's watching. One Love Archive. Lake Bunyonyi, I know everyone down there is watching. I told you guys to watch our coffee break today in the morning at the House of Talent. And yeah, Rachel, saluting you. I know you're part of the team. Yeah, I think I'm so humbled for having me here. And hopefully next time you will also host us.
There will be a next time, because I believe that we still had a lot of stuff to exhaust. Yeah, but till next time, thank you for watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. I was hosting Yusuf Abdul from Gulf and Blends, giving us his story and his experience in the coffee business. Remember, you can always get us on House of Talent televisionug.com. That's our website, or you can get on our social media handles at House of Talent Television. That's on Facebook and on Twitter. Let us know what you think about the show. If you have any questions, you can always ask us, and we'll be at your disposal to get back to you. Thank you for watching. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. Have a blessed day.
You are inside me like an amplifier. With a ban, every fresh desire. Like the Holy Spirit with the holy fire. From glory to glory, He might take me higher. And serving you is my hearty desire. And then the righteousness be my long attire. Jesus blood and that me a plead. Holy gabi we are coming star.
Uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha kubaho kwanjye ni wowe byiringiro bizima Yesu.
You be the blessing so that me can prosper. Me only daddy and me papa and me doctor. Water me get every time when me thirsty. Oh yes, you love me. Daily yes, you dey put food for me on the platter. And then your eyes watch over me. And then the heart full of praise and thanks that me offer. Ain't your light inside? I feel alive inside. I cannot deny.
Uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha
kubaho kwanjye
Let the Holy Spirit give the holy fire from
bizima Yesu
and serving you is my heart desire, and then the righteousness be my long attire. Jesus blood and daughter me a please holy get me gabi we are coming style.
was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down for my soul. Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you to also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
One face, four perspective, finding the beauty and the talent of the people of Uganda. This is XXL Season 4. On the glass house this week, I happen to have the one and only Mr. Uganda, Richard Kawesa, on the show. Richard, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Eddie.
And of course, Engineer Pete Nyeko. Pete, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Are you Ugandan, Pete?
I couldn't be more Ugandan.
What makes you Ugandan?
I am part of the beauty, the awesomeness, the fantasticness that is Uganda. Every part of me is Uganda.
Okay. And Richard, are you Ugandan?
Yes, I am.
So what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
For me, is every time I think as a Ugandan, I think in terms of being just, of being productive and orderly in what I think, say, and do.
The topic of the discussion is a Ugandan on a global stage for economic relevance. And Richard, you have been writing a lot of stories about Uganda, and so is Pete. Are we fit to be on the global stage as a country, as a people?
I am certain that we are very positioned to be relevant. There was a global entrepreneurship institute in Europe that did a study to understand what the most enterprising nation in the whole world. Okay. And Uganda came out to be the most enterprising. I liked the definition of their definition of an entrepreneur, so that they can then qualify their study. And they defined one as a person who who takes a financial risk in hope for a financial return on their investment. And they looked at people who have earned out of that risk at least in 3 months and not more than 2 years. So that was their parameter of defining an entrepreneur.
Wow.
So they go out to the whole world to look for who qualifies there. And it turns out that 26, I think, point something, is what we achieved, meaning out of 100 people, 26 of them in Uganda, they fit perfectly. Now, it's not only the person who has invested and actually works there, but they also earn from the investment. Yes. And you know the next country that came number 2? I think Indonesia or Malaysia.
Yes.
And they were at 16 point something. That's almost
huge difference.
It's a huge gap.
50%.
So then,
Rather 100%.
then do you know the first world country to appear on that list? What number they took, and what country it was?
No.
It was Australia, the first world country, first world.
Which was a former prison. They used to send people there. The world was a prison.
So that country there, that country Australia came at number 26 on the list. Now, when you put that study, it's independent, but there's a relationship with another study. We're talking about our relevance on the global stage of economics. If you put another study that was done by Harvard Business School for 10 years, they also carried out a study. Now the question is, you wonder why Harvard Business School would do an anthropological study. What's the relationship between culture and business is what you should be asking.
Ultimately, if you think of, so business is a word which you can use to mean many things. But if you mean business as in entrepreneurial or economic endeavors, then obviously the culture of a nation, or of a community pays a lot of importance to that. Take, for example, a country where you've got a culture of people coming together, people communicating and people sharing. That probably has a consequence to how people will do business. A closed-off society will probably have a different one as well. For example, if you compare, let's say, Uganda and let's say, I don't know, Antarctica. You've just got ice, you've got penguins, and you've got, so if you're going to do business in Antarctica, you've got to think, what's the culture there? A few scientists maybe, a few explorers. So it's a different environment. But in a place like Uganda, you've got lots of people, it's a warmer climate, So obviously, culture ends up determining what type of business you would do, how you would do the business, how you'd sell, and how you'd grow, and how you'd make your projections, and so on. Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to bring that comparison, because that's one study of entrepreneurship, and then this is another study of culture, which means one study of business and one study of culture, but done by a business school of Harvard. And who turns out to be the most culturally diverse nation in the world?
Uganda.
Uganda. Aha. Now you tell me where or which university or what course or which lecturer or professor is going to create a course that increases your appetite for risk to make you an entrepreneur. They can teach you economics and stuff and how you run a business, business management they can, but the appetite for risk. Now that tells you that if Uganda has such an advantage by 26% and the last person comes at 26 in the first country, that tells you we should be relevant globally because we have an appetite for risk in any market.
So if we're culturally most diverse country in the world and the most entrepreneurial people in the world, then how come we're still broke? Businesses that are set, that runs for 3 months, dies before they cross to the 4th month. Why?
The reason is simple. There's what we call an enabling environment for any organism
to function.
Yes, a seed is perfect, it's brilliant. It has the raw ingredient to bring you a harvest. But put it in a sandy pit and don't give it water and sunlight and then blame it for being broke, for not producing. Can you? So Uganda having these endowments of risk-taking the idea that someone doesn't have enough money, but they still feel they can go out and serve, because entrepreneurship and business is about serving.
Yes.
Yes, and somebody feels I need to go out and serve.
Yes.
I have something to contribute. That's not brokenness.
Okay.
That is abundancy, that I have something to offer the world. Now, if the world doesn't give me a monetary reward for that input, you can't blame that on me.
So who should take that blame?
I think it's not about blame. It's about understanding and recognizing what is the most conducive environment that we should be able to grow entrepreneurs in, and what systems and financing mechanisms and ideological mechanisms can we put in place to support already a seed that has potential in itself.
Okay.
And that could be by leadership and governance. It could be by the way development partners look at and say, no, not A, let's do development financing, meaning let's have more people investing more of that money, not through government, but directly by saying, Eddie has something beautiful, XXL. What can we do to create that product and actually share it with the rest of the world?
Yes.
Those are the enabling environments that don't necessarily come from governance, but from the world, the community of business people who are able to see these opportunities and tap into them.
Okay, Pete, you are in agriculture.
Yes.
And adding value to agriculture. What do you have to say about this in relation to what Richard has just said?
I mean, to add on what Richard has just said, ultimately, I guess what we're talking about is the importance of incubation.
Yes.
And acceleration.
Yes.
It's important, you know, as with any seed, once you plant it, to water it, make sure you plant it on the right soil. You know, check the soil before you plant it. So you got to figure out, okay, have I chosen the right idea? Is it based on a pressing need? Is it a solution to a need? Is it leading to the better, you know, betterment of the community and every stakeholder? Then you nurture it,
okay.
You water it, and you look after it. You plan for it and make sure nothing attacks it, and then you grow it, harvest it, post-harvest handling, process it, add value to it, market it, but ideally keep some seeds for the next season. But in all that, you'd have planned ahead. You'd have known what the market needs, and you would have responded. So you would have found a way to make your plans based on what you have and what the world needs, and then come in with innovation, and then nurture and incubate, and then accelerate it, expand and replicate, and keep it sustainable.
Okay, but is that our case today, given this study?
I think it is our case. I think ultimately, when we look at ourselves, we should think and say, great, I mean, where are we? And how far could we go? At the moment, you know, without any irrigation, 2 seasons a year, anywhere in the country. With irrigation, we could probably do 3 or 4 seasons a year. Without value addition, we're making by. I mean, people are doing okay. With value addition everywhere, think about how much more we would earn with that value addition coming in. With a keener understanding of what the marketplace is like locally, regionally, and globally, and based on the soils we have, the temperatures we have, the weather, and kind of the industriousness of the people, everyone's grandmother has a coffee bush. I mean, think about it. Imagine if, you know, if you had a kilo of coffee, I think it's about $2,000. 1,000 cappuccinos is more than $2,000, but it doesn't take a kilo.
We're going on a break, and when the show comes back, we will be talking about have we created the right environment? Have we gotten it right? Where are we getting it wrong? What should we do? Who does what? The president, many powers. Who can we share the power? What? We'll come back. Welcome back. This is XXL Season 4, and this is the Glass House. Of course, with Richard Kawesa and Engineer Pete Nyeko. We are the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
Okay? And the most culturally diverse. Are we taking the advantage of this? Let's stop beating around the bush. Just get to the point. Are we taking the advantage of this in the global stage?
I don't think we are.
Yes.
Because the people probably who sit in positions of leadership do not necessarily appreciate some of these studies, not necessarily even appreciate. Probably some of them don't even know these studies were done. Yeah. And if those who know, I was sharing with the deputy governor, Mwami Kasekende, and I was telling him about this study. And I said, do you have strategists who interpret these thoughts and know their implication? It's one thing to have information. Yes. It's another thing to know what does it mean and what do we need to do. And then it's a third thing to say, this is then what we've decided to do. So in our new policy now, for example, Uganda should be able to say we have an intellectual property policy in place. Because then intellectual property will take care of shea butter, because then it has, there's what they call a geographical indication. Yes. Where if something is unique to your terrain, like coffee that comes from the islands in Ethiopia, they're able to get some basic revenue out of intellectual property based on that principle from Starbucks. Yeah. And it's an income. Why? Because you can't call it any other coffee other than Ethiopian. Why? Because the soils that bring out a certain aroma and taste to that coffee are only reserved in Ethiopia. Yes. The same would apply for Mountain Elgon coffee that comes from Rwenzori. The same would go for the shea butter, as you mentioned. Yes. The same would go for the type of music we produce. Yes, in Uganda. It goes for, I don't know whether tilapia is also one of the unique aspects, but as a country we have too many unique things that the world needs out there that are so organic, that are so unique to us, but still we don't understand that that's intellectual property. And therefore, in the absence of that, how then can we grow our intellectual property on a global stage so we can start earning from that?
When I think of Uganda, I think of every Ugandan, not one or two or three. Yes. And I think of every Ugandan who thinks about the issues that are around them, the issues that are closest to them, and looks at these issues not as a problem, but as an opportunity to create a solution that actually makes Uganda and the world a much better place. And if I take an example of what has happened in the US, it's a great country, Silicon Valley. Think of how the private sector has actually led this. It is possible that with private sector intervention, benevolent private sector looking at conscious capitalism, looking at social entrepreneurship, looking at a sustainable future, looking at sustainable development, and giving a helping hand to the public sector and civil society and the community, and actually setting up incubation centers. There are a few already in Uganda, but I'm building up on that and saying, great, what are we good at? What can we be good at? What could we be good at? What does the world need? How can we meet that need? Think of it, one crazy example. I mean, we've got lots of amazing young people with great, bright minds. Could we possibly be, an interesting place where everyone comes to get their algorithms and their mathematical equations solved for the next space launch? Uganda could be, a backup to NASA and ESA. It could be. Why not? Okay. And there's so many things which could happen. All it needs is that nurturing and so on. And I honestly believe, as someone in the private sector, that we in the private sector should actually take that baton and run with it.
But there is a political environment. Yes. That I don't want us to look at very lightly. You could say, yes, the mother should support their child to create a lovely home. But when the father is drunk half of the time and comes back in a certain mood, I don't think it's achievable to say that you would have peace in that home, even in the presence of a mother who cares and the fun-loving kids who are there. And so I still go back to the environment that, yes, the private sector has played its part. We've seen the private sector. We've seen WBS is private sector. They came into a space where no one was. They were bold enough to whatever. But then what happened when they faltered on their what was the caning aspect? And when it was taken, who took it? Was it a Ugandan environment that took it on and said, okay, we understand you had a problem on that, but this investment was so critical for our information dissemination as a nation and for growing our own in the TV, whatever, that we need to actually put more money make it work, then you will recover the taxes and the money you put in. Yes. So that mindset that does say, this is my own, that the child who's misbehaved is still my own, and I have to make a commitment to work with them through their gambling. If that happens in the financial sector with banks, if that happens with incubators, and say we're going to create incentives to make sure that those who come in as private sector, we give them an incentive. We missed an opportunity with Kanye West. When he came in, there was an investment moment right there. There was an investment moment with this gentleman Forrest Whitaker, because he got his first global award as a result of a film he played and acted in Uganda. So he feels a sense of relevance, of sacredness that is attached to Uganda. How have we benefited from that by creating, for example, the 27 Guns as a movie? Have we gone to Whitaker and say, sir, if you created this as a platform, could you design it in such a way that it makes us globally relevant? You understand what I'm saying? So the opportunities we keep missing is like rain keeps coming, as you mentioned. All the things you're mentioning are gifted by nature. They're different gifts. But what are we doing about enhancing these gifts? And the political environment, why I say the political environment, because when you read the Constitution, you keep seeing the president has a lot of power of appointment at every level. At every level. He is the authority on everything. There seems to be no one else. It's the authority. So have we harnessed that opportunity that comes with that and be able to say, have we created an environment that allows these private sector players to actually do what you say they should be doing?
We have come to the end of the Glass House with Richard Kawesa and Pete, the engineer himself. Mado ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa, Tolina Kalimo follow Liluza, Reconnaissami, Beba producer, got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta, wanna close, boy I'm a shooter, I'm the boss with a dream like Luther, Namuongo boy that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that, thugs and drug dealers, body mukako, nah.
Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no.
Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikori half man, half machine. Mundu nzira bako body street. Body chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people. Tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba. Ba good cop, baba kuba masasi. Our only hope, ne baba kwata. Ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL.
Hi, my name is Edward Ochom, and I'm here to tell you 4 things that Uganda should fix. Number 1, time management. I reject this notion of African time. This business of starting meetings 2 hours late should stop. We have many things to do in our life. Number 2, dishonesty. You give a person 100,000 to do a small errand for you. He wants to save 20K out of that. It's just 100K. You can make money elsewhere. Leave my 100K and do what I told you to do. Number 3, greed. You read in the papers every other day, so and so has eaten this amount of money, so and so has done this, a district plan has stolen this. I mean, you cannot eat everything in this world. And lastly for me, really, is about whining. You know this advent of social media now. You go on Facebook, everybody has negative energy. Kanye West shouldn't have come, we should have gone to Rwanda, stuff like that. Man, stop whining. Facebook should help you market yourself, make money out of it, instead of quarreling every other day about politicians, about this, about that, about this. Stop it. And my name is Edward Ochom, and I just fixed you.
Coming up on the show this week, I catch up with my long-term friend, Sylvester Kabombo, a man of great value to the hip-hop industry, the man who is turning around lives of young people and young girls and giving them a positive life and a life to live. And this man has been all over the place, trained so many young people, but also he's transformed his life from being a rapper to almost a philanthropist.
Yokolanga biganye lemerako abatagaliza basuse lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako yokolanga byesibye nnyo lemerako n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo bangudde lemerako.
Who is Sylvester Kabombo?
Sylvester Kabombo is a rapper from the duo commonly known as Sylvester and Abrams. We've been kicking together for a very long time. As educator, entrepreneur, and so many other freelance, things that might come in. I am a performing artist, amidst all other stuff I do. I still perform on stage, so wherever there is dime, I try to,
to dip your hand in.
Yeah. Because as you know, so you need more avenues of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now, and obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is really easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains, you persist. Of course there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive, then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this, So, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success.
Basically there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they are there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms, so many gigs now, so many connections. Then social media, which took over the sector. So many TV stations. So there's so many of everything now. So many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up.
Yeah, I mean I might not even take you way back. Just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid-2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge difference. Now, so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands. At times you used to walk a distance, do something. Now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed. Of course, for the good and the bad. So yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because I mean there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies. You can make copies. I mean, for record keeping, you cannot keep a flash. So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like anything now. Someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, there will be, definitely there will be songs that are life-changing, apart from just telling people to party, but trying to inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. Music that can make you spend more.
Yes.
And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely.
Yes.
Put something at home. Buy something for your wife. Make her look good. You can have fun, but at the same time mindful of the responsibilities ahead of you. So there will always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. Okay. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
Long ago, echana mukaka waliwo landiro digobayitanga seka yali mukwata mpola nyonga mukubanja enjuta kukaka. Yes, nali mpankisa uwe waka ngomwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nenanca twacca canca kanyama nga ketulya ku kyenca lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yaduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisa siba kisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, clothing line and
It started in 2012, actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing T-shirts to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, instead of complaining about airplay, I mean, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few T-shirts and get song titles, print on them, post online, and
promote my music.
Just that. Yes. I didn't start with a business idea, and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first T-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, "Oh wow, this is nice. How much? Some people bought, a few bought, So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more T-shirts, maybe it can be a business, because already people are interested, and I was just using Facebook, posted pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more T-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall, because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Yeah, find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at Equatorial Mall, started putting T-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Hello and welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. Remember, this is the show where we dissect the game of basketball happening in Uganda and internationally. We get to talk about the various things that are happening, the basketball competitions. We get to analyze what goes on in the game of basketball, especially what's happening in the Ugandan League. Remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Uganda, that is on our Facebook, at House of Talent Uganda live stream on YouTube, or at House of Talent ug.com on our website. Make sure to share this show. If you know there's someone who needs to be watching right now, just let them know that the show is on and we're going to be talking about basketball. My counterpart Felix Upal couldn't be here today, but I know that he's somewhere watching and he will be here next time. But nonetheless, I have a man in the studio today who has played the game of basketball for a very long time, and he has got a lot of experience. He has transitioned from just being a player into being a coach, and he is here today to talk about his experience and also the status of university basketball in Uganda. This is none other than Osito Jacob. Jacob, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It's weird to call you Jacob because on court we just know you as OJ. You know?
Yeah, just like I know you as Eti.
As Eti. Yeah, so for those who are watching us live, on the basketball court, we are not known by our government names. We are known by different nicknames that you can get through, you know, playing the game of basketball. And they're called street names, basically. So
like a stage name.
Yes, like a stage name. So if you went and asked for Emmanuel at pool court, they wouldn't know it was me. Yeah, but Oje, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It's very good to have you.
I'm humbled.
Thank you for honoring our request to be here. And we'll just jump right in. I know that you've been playing basketball for a while now, and
sure.
Your transition into being a coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we just want to find out. You start, obviously, all of us start our journey, you know, not knowing the game of basketball at all.
True.
Yeah, and I believe that you had a start, and right now I don't want to say you're at an end, but you're in the process of becoming something bigger. You know? So we just want you to walk us through how you started from being a player and transitioning all the way into a ladies coach. I mean, you could have coached the Makerere guys team or something, but now you're coaching the ladies. So, what was that transition like for you? What is that journey that we can listen to?
Okay. First and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. Although I'm saying this like there's so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first touched the basketball. Then 2008 when I joined Namilyango in Senior 1. I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors, if you remember him.
The left-handed.
Yes. And Omongin. Omongin, last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namilyango. I was in Senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. You know, for us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on, because they were senior 6s, you are a senior 1. You just, the best you can do is watch. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started. Beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday 1, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and, try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and, they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that word. So, one or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport. They would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing, throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in Senior 1, Senior 2, but still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging. More so because Namilyango College is a school that is known for rugby. So everyone who went there, the first thing was rugby. You hear anything out there when the guys are talking about Namilyango College, it's rugby. So when you come in here and it's basketball, you're like, I've not heard about basketball here. This one is not going anywhere. And when you're in high school, it's usually the outings that motivate us a lot.
True.
Those who play rugby would go out like every weekend. And you're in Senior 1, you're like, this is what I want. I want to be going out every weekend. That was like the epitome of everything in high school. But when I tried playing rugby, unfortunately, I had a very serious injury. By then, that's what gave me a chance to go and check on basketball. Someone dared me, one of our very good players by the way of rugby. He dared me, and they gave me a ball, and he wanted to tackle me. So I also wanted to prove a point that I can knock him. Unfortunately, I hit him successfully, but he also hit me successfully. So he hit me and I dislocated my finger. That is an injury that he left on me permanently. Each time I look at it like this, I'm like, It was called Donnie in high school, but it's called Donald. He actually finished from Seta High. Each time I look at it, I'm sure he doesn't even remember. Each time I look at it, I'm like, Donnie, you hit me here, but you're the reason I play basketball now. So after that, I went and tried basketball, but it was still hard because, I came from a primary school that did not have any sports background, especially basketball. And that school is in Tinda. I studied from Kalinabiri Primary School. That's where I hail from. If I joined Namilyango College. But I went to Namilyango, I didn't know basketball, and there were these other kids who knew the game. So even if I had the height advantage, they still knew the dribble, the rules, and the what. So that's where I got challenged. These guys would put me aside because they're like, he doesn't know anything. So it was very hard for me to break through, but I think I have that nature of being persistent. So I kept on going there each time I had the opportunity because I couldn't go back to rugby. No, I couldn't. After that knock, I was like, no, I'll try another sport. And I loved sports naturally. So I kept on persisting, and then the senior 6s, those of Omongin, realized I could throw in the ball and they could give me a chance. So I went on shooting once in a while until my senior 2 there, that's when I began. Now, by my senior 2, Nabinyango had constructed another basketball court, but it still had a lot of dust on the floor. Now, that was our court. So that's where for us we would go and play. That's where I got my basketball experience from. Yeah, I began playing, and unfortunately by then, we did not have a basketball coach, like a permanent coach for Nabinyango College. Since I think the school was more focused into rugby, maybe, I'm not sure why, but I would just assume, because rugby always had about 2-3 coaches, and these were old boys of the school. Basketball, I think we didn't have an old boy by then who was so much interested in teaching the game, because we didn't have any, and yet we needed one. By my senior 2, senior 3, we are now getting a chance of being exposed to playing with. Now, you know, when you reach in senior 3 in such a school, you now get a chance to play against the senior 5s. Once in a while, because senior 3, you're now a junior elder, I would say. So you can also command some respect. So you get the chance to play. And for me, I don't know if I should say whether fortunate or unfortunate, that by that time, the senior 5s and 6s, by that time, we didn't have basketballers. So I was one of the senior players now, although I was still a junior elder. So I began commanding some respect there. I got a chance to become a captain for the O level by then. Then when I went to senior 4, we did not have a captain. HSCs were very poor at the game. But this is something that used not to happen. It was actually not allowed. An O level cannot be the captain of the school team. But for me, because I was doing the job very well, and I was in senior 4, and the ones who are in A level knew less than I did. So they were like, let the guy take the job. So that's how I became the captain. And the other thing that made them also accept that is that I used to coach these senior 1s and senior 2s, because I realized that there was a gap in basketball and these kids didn't know, and there were very many. So I would just tell them, come, I teach them what I knew by then. This is how they shoot, this is how they bounce the ball. I just teach them the basics. And interestingly, even some of those HSCs, I would also teach them. I have some good friends of mine, they look at, even my classmates, they look at me and they're like, yeah, you taught us basketball. I was in HSC and I was teaching, I was in senior 4 and I was teaching my elders how to play the game. And they were respecting me, that's the beauty of it. They could listen to what I would say and they were learning, so they were like, this guy will do the job. So that's how I began my coaching career slowly. In my O level, that was 2011. 2012, 2013, that's when I was in HSC. In HSC, that's when I went so much into coaching. And I told one of my friends that, you know what, if I leave high school, I want to either become a coach or an umpire. By then I wasn't sure which one I can do. In fact, I wasn't even sure which one can pay.
Well, let me cut you off there. It's really exciting to know your high school journey and you know how you're going to transition into the university. We're going to take a break right now. I know there are many people outside there excited to know how you transition from high school into university basketball. You're watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. In the studio with me is Osito Jacob, aka OJ, the head coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team. We will take a break right now and we will be right back. This is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk Show. Welcome back to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel and this is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our socials at House of Talent TV. That's on our Facebook. On House of Talent TV Uganda live stream. That's on our YouTube. You can also catch us at HTV Uganda. That's on our Twitter handle, or at houseoftalentug.com. That's on our website. Make sure to share this show as far and wide as you can, because this is the show that we talk about basketball. It's the only basketball show in Uganda. With me in the studio today is OJ. His other name is Osito Jacob, but we only just call him OJ because that is how we know him on the basketball court. And before we went off for a break, you were basically telling us your journey, how you started the game of basketball, how in S3 you started coaching the S1s, And we had almost reached that point where you transition into campus, and you just take us from there. Moving from high school, now moving into campus and becoming a coach. Just take us from there.
Yes, from high school. Actually, my coaching started in high school in my senior 4 around there.
Yeah.
And then when I went to, that was in Olive actually. So when I went to my vacation, that was in end of 2013.
Yeah.
So I was in senior 6 VAC. Actually, not 2014.
Yeah.
I was in senior 6 VAC. I began by coaching. I was volunteering as an assistant coach to Namilyango College.
Oh.
After just finishing, and I was their captain, and I was already coaching those who were there. But because by then my high school coach was Maurice Otedro.
Oh.
He taught me a lot of things. He actually used to tell me what to teach others when he's not around. And he was a very busy man, I remember. So he would tell me, on this day, teach them ABCD. I'll come back at the end of the week. So by the time I finished high school, I knew nearly everything that Maurice would coach us.
Yeah.
So when I was in senior 6 VAC, I was more like his assistant.
Yeah.
Although the school used not to pay me, I was more of a volunteer. So whenever there were games, I would go there and work with him, and I support him, and I learn new things. And I got an opportunity. My first opportunity was out of volunteering to coach Namilyango as an assistant.
Yeah.
Who knew very well, because I had experience. I had done that for about 4 years as his assistant. I got an opportunity to go and coach Hilton High School. They were having a game during qualifiers, Mukono qualifiers. They were having a game, and they were struggling.
Yeah.
So their coach, by then, he was also an OB of the school, and he needed help. So he called me to help in.
Yeah.
So I went to help in, and because of what I had learned, I just adjusted a few things in his game, and it was actually the girls playing, the girls of Hilton. These girls won this game by a big margin, and they were very excited. I was also very happy because it looked like a miracle. So that is where I think my breakthrough started in coaching.
Yeah.
Because actually, as a player, that journey was really, because as I told you, or as we earlier discussed, when I was in high school, I never got a chance to play nationals.
Yeah.
So, and in our setting here, if you don't play nationals at high school, no one gets to know you.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I was the captain of my team, but I never had the chance because my parents wanted me to concentrate on books,
Yeah.
which I did. And they later allowed me to do basketball after I had finished high school, interestingly. Yeah, so after they had won that game, Hilton, the following year, they were like, you know what, why don't you come and help us here? I told them, okay, I can do that. By then, I was the first year. I was just joining campus, first year. So I would move from Makerere, and I go straight to Mukono, Wantoni, that side, and I coach them, and they give me some command. They would fund my transport. I would go actually twice a week. It was Friday. It was either Friday and Saturday, 2 days a week.
Yeah.
And I was very happy because I was a head coach for the first time. I had been under my coach. I was happy being under my coach because I was learning.
Yeah.
But now, the feeling of you're the one in charge.
Yeah.
It was the first time. And I was very excited. Even if I would struggle with jam and run out of class to run to go and coach, I still liked it because it was me now in charge. I was the one to make the decisions. So I coached them for 1 year. The following year, fortunately, Maurice got an opportunity, and he was now living in Namilyango. So Namilyango never had a coach, and they began looking around, and I was right there, very present, very much willing. When they told me about the opportunity, and they were like, you have a contract to sign, I didn't even want to read the contract. All I wanted was to go and coach Namilyango, because Maurice had already put Namilyango at a certain level.
Yeah,
because everyone now knew that Namilyango plays basketball. And the beauty of it is I had moved with him through that whole journey, right from the time, because he came in when I was in S3, I was already coaching somehow. And actually, I remember he came in because he had a young brother there. He actually plays for that young man plays for Riders. No, Riders plays for Riders, Acid.
Yeah.
He's popularly known as Acid, if you've heard that name also there, So he actually left Namilyango and went to Chibuli because he did so well, and Chibuli took him in his HSC. But that's the reason why Maurice first came to Namilyango. So I learned everything from him. And by the time he was leaving, I could actually run whatever he had done, So I ran Namilyango from about 2016, 17, up to now. I'm still their coach up to now. And the beauty of it is that I was very successful. We always qualified for nationals. until Fresh Diaries in Mbale, which was the last, that was 2019, I think, yeah, 2019. So by that time I was a student at Makerere here, and once in a while I would find the girls training, and I would go and inquire from Coach Albert, can I also come in here and there? I didn't know that one day I would be the coach of Makerere. Yeah, but when I was in high school, I always thought about it because I loved the game so much, and I wasn't playing it because my parents would not allow me to play it the way I wanted it. My guardians. I told one of my friends, it's called Gerard Abidravo. I told him, one day I want to become either a coach or an umpire. And he laughed and was like, yeah, maybe you can make it. So when I became the coach of Namilyango, he was the first man to tell me that, man, congratulations. As you said it, here it comes. And so when I reached Makerere, I didn't think I would be the coach at Makerere University because it was a university, and there are so many people with more experience than I do. But because of love of coaching the game, out of the experience I had got, I used to go and sit there, watch, and I'm like, okay, this is that. And remember, I had also coached the girls of Hilton in my first year. So I knew how to handle girls, and I also knew how to handle boys because I had gotten both experiences. Yeah, so after a while, in 2019, Makerere was going for university games in Chisui, and incidentally, Coach Albert was not around, so they needed. So I volunteered. Yeah, I volunteered. They were going with a coach, with you know, Makerere has two coaches for the boys and for the girls. So I saw that as an opportunity. So I went to the sports union, to the sports department, and I told them I want to volunteer. I just want to go there and volunteer and help where there is need. They gave me the opportunity. They were like, all right, you can do that. Well, the only thing I wanted was where I can sleep and my lunch and supper, which was very much available. So I also went in like any other coach, but it was my first time with all the pressure, and I wanted results. Fortunately, something happened. We played Kumba Marines. Kumba Lady Marines? Yes, we played in Kumba with Ekon. They are a very good player, national team now. And she was part of that team, and we won that game. When we won that game, I think for me, my fate in coaching had been sealed. This guy is going to be a coach. Because after winning that game, I realized that anything is possible. And I'm a man who believes in myself so much. So I saw an opportunity, and I realized it could work out. And I was like, okay, I wanted to coach high school, but even at the university, it's working. Though I didn't have much experience at that level, I realized I could do it because when I went there, and also as a player, I had seen those things happen. And also, I had a very good coach at the university because after my coach in high school, that is Maurice Otedro, I met Coach Baju. That's how we call him, but his name is Ronald Bajunga, yes. Yeah, so I met Coach Baju, that's Ronald Bajunga, and he could advise us here and there, Oje do this, Oje do that, Oje work out. You know, he could talk to us like a father. He was more like a father figure to us. So he really, really mentored me in terms of basketball. Maurice taught me how to play the game. Coach Baju taught me how to understand the game and how to analyze it and how to read it. So he made me understand it more and how to act around people when I'm playing it. He inculcated that discipline into us, that when you're doing this, the crowd is reacting this way, the fans are reacting this way, concentrate on this. So when I got the chance to go and do that in Kasubi, in Chisubi rather, it was very easy for me. And we came out, although we did not win, we didn't take the championship, we actually went to play third place. We played against Uganda Matters, UMU. Yes, we played against UMU for third place, and it was a mess. It was a mess because our hopes had been raised so high, me and my players, but I don't know if my players were on pressure, but I was on pressure because I was like, I have an opportunity to get a medal. I want this medal. But one thing I forgot is, when the girls were playing, I had Coach Baju by my side. Yeah, he was telling me, Oje, now do this, now do that. Now, when we went to play the next game, Coach Baju was not around. So, and I think he was finishing up the boys' game, and they were like, third place, you can play the other side. So that's how we went there, and we missed the medal for that tournament. But from that day, out of that performance, good enough, I was being watched by other Makerere staff who positively recommended me. They said I could do the job. So when I came back, after that, 2019, 2020, I remained there as more of a volunteer to the university. I would come in because Coach Albert was still not around, I remember. So I would help in here and there when the girls are available. I can coach them, I teach them what I know, and I would also consult Coach Baju. And then when Coach Albert left, I then got the chance to now become the head coach of Makerere. So that's how I moved in as a coach. That's how I found myself in this big position. I really felt like that. I felt like I don't have the experience more than compared to the other people who are there. Because if I see the coaches in Makerere, it looks like I could be amongst those with the least experience in the field of coaching. But maybe the other things I did, because I had a lot of zeal, I was so passionate, and I commit myself to something. So I believe probably it's my commitment to being there when I was volunteering that made them give me the chance to be there.
Well, that's an interesting journey. And I've seen the girls play. They really improved, from the last time I saw them. And it's a good job that you're doing. And
thank you.
Commendations to you. And we'll take another break right now. But when we return, we're going to talk about the status of university basketball. Because on the show, I've talked about grassroots basketball. We've talked about the league and the cancellation of the same league, so we really haven't talked much about basketball that is happening on the campus. So when we come back from the break, we'll be talking about university basketball. What is the status? Where is it at right now? Is Uganda ready to take part in the competitions that are coming up on the international level when it comes to university basketball? This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel, and this is House of Talent Television. We will be right back.
For how long have we been there struggling before, but now we had more medals than them. So the key thing here is corporate companies please come aboard. The government will do their part. They will also squeeze whatever they can to come through. National councils will also keep on budgeting to see what they can do better on us. And also federations, all of them, basketball, football, whatever they come through. Let us have a fair share to everybody. I know football gets the biggest share in Uganda. I don't know why, but because I know my small analysis is athletics and basketball right now, and netball. Those are the top 3 games in Uganda that have carried athletics, netball, basketball to continental and worldwide. We're doing so much. So we need to also get a fair share to compete with football, which is getting $1 billion shillings plus. We should also be given that opportunity.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, also known as AT on the basketball court. Remember, this is House of Talent Television. You can catch us on our socials on YouTube, House of Talent TV Uganda, live stream, or you can go to our website at houseoftalentug.com. You can go to our Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. Catch the show live. Let us know what is happening. Drop us a message in the comment section. If you love the show, let us know. Share some love with us. If you want us to change something, let us also know about that. But in the studio with me today, I have a man who is called Osito Jacob, but he's known as OJ on the basketball court. That is his street name. He has been a coach for Namilyango. He has coached at Hilton, and right now he's coaching the Makerere University Sparks basketball team, and he's here to talk about his experience and also to talk about the status of sports in university in relation to basketball. Oja, before we went for the break, you were just telling us your journey of how you started off and ended up as a coach for Makerere University Sparks, and I believe you're doing a very good job with the girls. We just want to dive into the main topic right now. Obviously, you've played basketball at the university level.
Yeah, sure.
And from where I'm sitting, I think that basketball in the university has dropped, okay? Not only at Makerere University, but looking at it on a general scale, on a general picture. Because back in the day, we had a lot of university tournaments. You know, you talk about, there was the University League at some point, there was the Floodlights at a certain point. We had games, East African games and all these things. And one could say that because of the lockdown, okay, it slowed down a couple of things. But if memory serves right, the University League, then the floodlights actually stopped way before the lockdown came in. Yes, about 2017. Okay, and I think since then, basketball has really been on a decline. We've been focusing more on basketball in the league. Okay, so according to your perspective, okay, what are some of those points that you can share with us that led to, let's say, I don't want to say the downfall of basketball, but the decline of basketball at the university level?
Well, on that issue, with the current situation, I am not the best person to answer that question because I don't have the detailed information. As I told you, I am a rookie in this field. So surely, but at least because I was playing at the university level, I do have some information, and at least out of observation. But putting the issue of lockdown and corona aside, I think that the reason why basketball is declining generally in universities, I think it's because of the kids who are coming into the universities. I think their kind of basketball is not the same kind of basketball like the one of the kids, of the guys who used to join basketball that time. So the talent that is in right now is, I could say it's raw compared to the talent that used to come in those days. We can't put out the aspect of the people who are joining university by then were mature men who knew what they wanted and what they were doing. They had the self-drive. But right now, the people who are joining university can only train when the coach is there. You can see how that is a big challenge. So for me to make sure that my team is ready, I have to be on the basketball court on the official training days and even other days that I'm not supposed to be there. Because if I don't show up, chances are high that many of them are not going to show up. But if I show up, even if I'm not supposed to be there, but then I just show up, they'll know that, oh, on such and such a day, coach passes by and he says, on our free days we should shoot. So let me go and take a few shots. So that's what drives them. But compared to the days that you and I joined, maybe yours were much better than ours, but even me, the times I joined, when you wanted something, you would go and work for it. And I think that is one of the disciplines that I was taught from, maybe from high school, that when you want something, you go for it, you work for it, you push for it. You don't need someone else to push you to get what you want. And I think that is one of the things that we are lacking right now in and I don't know how that can even be worked upon, because surely if the kids are finishing high school when they are younger, whose fault is that? I don't think that's anyone's fault. But maybe if the coaches in high school could do the job, which is also very hard because high school needs a lot of time and yet they have the least time, by the way, compared to the university. So the aspect of the people who are joining in being younger is what is causing the biggest difference right now in the way basketball seems those days and now. But now when you talk about the aspect of the different leagues, I think I'm not the best person to answer that, because now that includes the issues of money, the sponsors, the institutions. I don't really know how much they operate to know that they want, because I really don't know why the Floodlights was cancelled. I'm one of those who played it. I think I played the last season of Floodlights, because I think that was 2017, I remember, with Makerere University. Yes. When I was there, I remember we used to, it was always played at night. That's why I think the name Floodlights was there. I remember we moved to Nkumba. We moved, yes, in Entewe, we moved to UCU, and it was something very interesting and very motivating. It would give us reason to work out even more. But now, without those games, of which I don't know the reason why they have scrapped them, I really don't know the technical issues, but without those games, you find that most of these students think that they're only working for December. The same mentality that we had in high school, that you only prepare for qualifiers, for nationals. Yes, you only prepare for nationals. And when it's done, second term, no sports, third term, no sports. That's the environment I came from. I don't know if it was different in your years.
It was the same thing.
So now for university sports, we see that nearly it's the same thing. Because right now, right now they're preparing for nationals. the league aside, they're preparing for nationals, and then after that, the following end of the following year, they're preparing for East African Games. Are you seeing that? So there is a lag in between that time. So a student who is not playing on the university team at the club level has nothing pushing them to work at that time, because they feel like they have a whole 9 months to work. And you know, when you have a lot of time in your hands, you might think it's too much until it's actually too late. So that is the other thing that is also making it very hard for the game to develop very fast. The tournaments are very limited. There are very few. I mean, if you have only one tournament in a year, that means you're telling these guys to begin training like 2 months to the tournament. But if they had more than that, I believe the talent would improve faster, because these guys would actually work even more. And you very well know that most of the universities right now, if you are to have players who are to make the university team look good, you will not pick the junior players who are there. You'll want to look for the most experienced, even the alumni if there is need, so that you don't get relegated, because that's also, you know, we also don't want to look bad. Coaches don't want to look bad. So they also want to survive, so they end up looking for those who already know. Because even when they're picking players from high school, they're also picking those who already know. And that's why you see that institutions that who have their teams that are doing much better, for them they get players straight from high school and they pick the best in terms of scholarships and sponsorship and all those other things. But which is also there in Makerere, although it's limited, I think, because I don't know much about it. I still don't have that much information about how the scholarship works. But we could also see it even that in high schools, the same issue is happening. The basketball in high school is now being dominated by, those days it was dominated by a few schools, because those few schools had the players and had the heart and they would work out. But right now it's dominated by a few schools, because those are the schools that put in the money, they give in the scholarships. I think the same thing applies to the universities. Those who put in more have better players and players who are more committed to the work. Now those who put in less, generally all universities, those who put in less, you find them struggling, because we are convincing players to come and play, and then they are going to leave at coach. I'm commuting, I have to go home early. Now, if they are leaving their classes maybe at 4:30, and then practice starts at 5, and then at 6:30 they have to go. Now they have to compete with a student who has his time there. He knows after my training here, I'm just sleeping next here. I have my supper well prepared, no matter how late I leave. Even tomorrow I can come in the morning and I shoot, because I know I'll go back to where I sleep and I have breakfast. I think that's also another reason why basketball is being dominated by also a few universities. Because in my opinion, our basketball has been dominated by majorly UCU and Ndeje, because Ndeje is doing very well, Then the rest of the universities, especially the traditional universities like Makerere, Chambogo, Mbarara University, we seem to be struggling in those fields. And I would think that maybe it's because the other people are putting a lot of effort in that compared to us. That's my opinion, that's what I think. And it's making the whole thing look like, you know, going down. But it's a big challenge, which I don't know how we are going to go about it, because this is something that requires the management of the institutions, surely, Because me as a coach, no matter how much love I have for the game, there is no, I'm going to tell them, you know what, I can make these guys champions, put in the money or do ABCD. They will tell me, but this is how the process works, and I cannot change that. So actually, my option right now as a coach, because I'm in the position, and I'm not going to sit down, I'm like, the system is hard, so but I am looking for a way that I can use the system the way it is to bring positive results. So I put in extra time, I talk to these people, I give them reports as much as possible, so that they know that something is going on. Because one thing I believe in is that if you're doing something good, you'll be appreciated. And if you want something to be done, show them that you can handle it. Let them only come to support you, not them initiating the process. And that is one of the things that drives me. And people even ask me, but how comes for you? You're always there. Who pays you? Where do you get the money? They even tell you Makerere doesn't pay, but that is their opinion. Because when you're given a job somewhere, sure, that means they're supposed to pay you.
Yeah.
But if they say Makerere doesn't pay, Makerere doesn't give money, maybe that is their experience. I don't know. Maybe if I experience it, I'll come back and tell you. But for now, I can't say that. For now, I believe that the resources might be limited, but the basketball court is there, the basketballs are there, the players are there. I think I also have a big role in motivating my players and talking to them and convincing them. That is what I'm doing right now. And I believe it's going to take me quite some time to produce the team I would want to see. Because now I am trying to see how I can work within the system the way it is. So it's going to take me time, because now that means I have to nurture junior players who are just coming in, which has not been the case, and it's not the case with other universities. Other universities get players whom they know are going to actually do the job. Now for us to get players, we get people who know how to play the game, not players. We get people who know how to play the game, and then we convince them to come and play for the university. Are you seeing how that is different? Yeah. So by the time you convince someone, then they show up, and then you're telling them that we can't pay you, and the other side they are being paid. It makes things very hard, because Makerere, I'm sure Makerere has students who are actually players in other clubs. Are you seeing that? But even them coming back to play for the university, they'll ask you, what are you offering? Are you giving us transport? Are you giving us this? If it's there, which sometimes it's there, if it's there, they are willing to come. But if it's not there, you are going to, try and convince them. And of which, if you convince them and they said no, surely you wouldn't force them, because they will tell you, but the situation is hard, and you're also seeing it's hard, so you wouldn't push so hard. But once in a while, we convince them and they come around, and we also want them to inspire the new ones. But the best option for us right now is to build those who are around. So for a university like Makerere to reach the level of UCU and DJ, it's going to be a long process, of which some people are not going to be patient enough to see that happen. Others don't even believe it can happen. I think that. But personally, I think that is what can work for me. I believe that is what can make us look different. And for the other universities, I don't know what their coaches and the administration plans to do and what. But for me, on my side, and generally university sports, I think that's what I've given you, what makes us look like we are falling down, but I've also shown you how we plan to move up.
I was actually going to ask you how we can get up. We're going to take another break right now. I like what you're saying about university sports and the perspective of why it's going down and how it can be rebuilt. Well, for our viewers out there, this is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Remember, we're on our socials and you can hit us up, drop us a message in our inbox, in our comment section. Let us know what you love about the show. If you have a question for OJ here, let us know, we'll ask him. But we'll take a break right now. We'll be right back. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and with me in the studio today is Osiko Jacob, aka OJ, better known as OJ on pool court, actually, you know, where we do pick up sometimes in the evening. And OJ has been taking us through his story, basically where he started from, how he ended up as the coach for the Makerere Sparks, that's the university team at Makerere. And he also told us about the status of sports, especially basketball in the universities, why it seems like it's on the decline, and what are some of the things that can be done to raise it back to the level where it's supposed to be. And having young people like this in those positions of coaching is a very good thing. So if you're out there, you're a young coach, you're a young player, and you want to get involved into the game of basketball and put it back to the level where it's supposed to be and take it higher, this is your opportunity. We're hearing very wise words coming in from the coach here. And I just want to backtrack a bit, back to that story you told us about being in school and, you know, not being allowed to play on the team, because I know that in most high schools, actually, there is always that divide between the guys in the higher classes and the guys in the lower classes.
Your elders.
Yeah, your elders. In some schools, they actually say those two don't mix. They're like volatile, you know, chemicals. And you were telling us a story about how you were not actually allowed to get onto the basketball court, you know. And how did that feel? And what lessons can some of these kids pick up from it? Because I know that there are certain kids in primary school, even at the university level, who want to play, but they look at you guys now, the elders, and they're like, how do we get into, you know, this part? So just take us through that situation you went through, and, you know, some of the lessons that these kids can learn and how they can be encouraged to get into the game of basketball.
Okay, thank you. Yes, with that, flashing back to my time in high school, because that's where things were hardest. You know, the start is always the hardest part. As I told you, for me, I came from a primary school where basketball was not known as a sport. My primary school had a secondary section that had a basketball court, but we used not even cross there, so I really had no idea. I first saw basketball when I went to KPC. That was in my vacation of P7. That was in end of 2007. But when I was at Namilyango, I was with classmates who had come from primary schools that had the background of basketball, which is what I didn't have. What I had was height. For them, they had the skill. And you see, when you're at that level, it doesn't look like height works. It looks like it's the skill that counts. And they didn't see the skill in me. So actually, these guys are my good friends, but I'm sure they also did it unknowingly, having been senior ones. But they never gave me the chance to. I felt very, very disappointed one time when these guys were told, hey, the junior team, make a squad that is going to play. We're actually going to SMAC, that is Chisubi. We're going to SMAC, and they were saying, hey, you guys make a team. In my head, I knew I am going. And you know, as I told you, going out was the most interesting thing when we were in high school. So I was in senior 2, and it was the first time. You know, for us in Namilyango, it's rugby players who used to go out so oftenly. Basketballers, your opportunity would come once in a while. So the time had come where I was sure now I am going on merit. Little did I know that my friends on the other side are like, that tall guy cannot make it. So we prepare that weekend. I don't check the list assuming that I am going. I don't check. The following morning, I go to the dining hall. That was a Saturday morning, to see the list of those who are going, and my name is not there. I was heartbroken. I even actually, with all the anger, I still went to the bus with the hope that I would enter. I stood there, I saw them enter, and I saw them leave. I was in senior town. And in my head, I was like, you know what? You guys have done this to me, but one day, I'll be the one writing your names on that list. So after that, actually, I remember that day I went back to play. Because I enjoyed the game, actually. Other than just going out, I enjoyed the throwing in, and it was actually my shooting started. I think that's the talent in me. The talent is just shooting. The other part of the dribbling, I think I don't have that. But I enjoy just throwing that ball, and it would just go in like automatically, and everyone would be wowed by that. They would see me and they're like, that guy can actually do it. But my teammates actually knew this guy can't bounce the ball, he can't dribble, and we need someone who can dribble. They didn't really think they needed someone who could do what I was doing. But then I also realized that that is the advantage they had over me. That is the skill they had come with from primary school that I didn't have. So I began working out on my own. I put in more effort. Unknowingly, out of, I don't know whether it was anger or excitement, but unknowingly, I put in a lot of effort in basketball when I was in high school. Even with the challenges that come with, high school, you don't have that much time. At a school like Namilyango, when it's time for this, all of you go and do that. When it's time for the other, but all my free time, I would put it into basketball. So I learned the game, and these guys began accepting me. Each time they realize that when they're playing with me, I make the shots and the shots drop, and it's the shots that makes their team go out. They were like, I think we need this guy here to stay. So that's how my fellow junior players in high school by then allowed me into the circle of basketball. And because of my work ethics, in a year, the following year, I was one of their best. And I was more like their captain. And before I knew it, my senior 4, I was the captain of the school team until I left. So that's how I broke through in that field. But then I had another challenge of my parents, my guardians for this matter. They never wanted me to play basketball. And the reason having been our background, I had a cousin who was playing rugby. He was really, really good. One time they went to play in a tournament in Chadondo, and he got a concussion. I don't really know what happened. I even didn't know what a concussion was until it happened to him. So they took him to the hospital, and I don't know what the school took care of and what they didn't. But then they called our guardians at home, and they were like, your boy is in the hospital, this and this happened, please come and check on him. And we have true African parents. They are very furious and very tough on certain things. So when they went there, now I was the one to be talked to. You see what we told you? You see what we told you about sports? Why would you go and do these things? I don't want to hear anything concerning sports. And in my head I was like, but that was not me. That was rugby. I don't even play rugby. I don't even know it. So that is how I felt. But they had made up their minds, and they were like, you went to Namilyango to study. I was like, okay, I'll study, but when I get my time, I'll... So I studied, I did well, I passed, I went back to Namilyango, but then actually my first qualification for nationals, we had a challenge. We had never qualified for during my time there. I don't know the years before me, but I never had. But I can't assume I was the first, because the salaries were actually there. But the time I was there, they didn't qualify. That was 2018. And all my time there, we had never gone for nationals, and it was more like a dream. And now it was me driving the team. And I remember I had guys like Orenga Daniel. When we were in O-level, we were together in Namilyango there. Of all the guys who play basketball, he's still the only guy whom I see. The others have gone into other things. So in our senior 4, I led that team into qualifying for the first nationals. It was an exciting moment. It's like we had made it in life. We were so happy that actually I remember that time we were playing. It was at Seta High Green Campus, and Namagunga ladies were there, and now Namilyango and Namagunga. For us, we were always friends for all that time, and here we were playing basketball. So when we won, we did something that was very interesting. Our excitement made us make push-ups after the game instead of stretching, like to show them that we were the ones in charge. It was that interesting, and that's when I realized that actually we can go further than this. So the following years, unfortunately, Orenga joined Mengo SSC. That's why he was playing, and then I remained with guys who literally knew little, and now it was my responsibility to make sure that these guys can actually make us reach there. I used to tell my colleagues, my classmates, I used to tell them that you guys, one day, we shall also bring a trophy like rugby players bring trophies here. So I used to tell them that, but here we are senior 4, we have qualified for nationals. We were supposed to go for nationals in the holidays of first term. I thought what my guardians had done was a joke. That is when I realized they were not joking. Now I was the captain of this team, I led them here, and now we are going for something bigger. And then this was supposed to sign this document, and they're like, no. The sportsmaster calls my mzee and he's like, no. I don't know if they even told the headmaster, I don't know, but things failed. I sat down, I was like, okay, next year things will be better. The following year we again qualified, me being their captain. We had a chance.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this time round, I am going, I'm sure. And my teammates were like, this time round, we are all going. The gentleman again said no. I felt like giving up.
Yeah.
Because I was like, now, this is what we work for the whole year. And now, actually, it's only within first term. Why would he stop me from going for this thing? But I realized that he was seeing far ahead than I was seeing. For me, my thoughts were about basketball at that time and having the fun and going out with my friends. But for him, his worry was I might forget that I have books to read. Yeah, that was his worry. Of which, right now, after many years, when I reached campus, that's when I realized that, by the way, he was right. But still, I'm sure he also realized that, by the way, he was wrong to a certain extent. Because when I reached campus, he was like, he used to ask me, so how is that game of yours? He used to call it netball. And I used to tell him, no, Mzee, it's basketball. He's like, hey, it's okay. After 2 days, like, hey, so you're still playing netball? I'm like, no, it's basketball. So he later allowed me to play it. I think he realized that I could handle both. That's when he was like, okay, you do what you can. But I qualified with my team once, twice. The third time, actually the third time I remember we played, Orenga was my very good teammate, and he was a strong force. But we were playing our second final actually. In Orenga was not there. As I told you, when Orenga left, I had a vacuum. So I had to coach other guys in the lower class. Yeah. So that I can have a full team. By then, our sportsmaster was called Mr. Kwaja. So Kwaja was a very interesting man. He loved the game. He was very enthusiastic. He would push. And that's why I also loved him so much, because he would make things happen. Yeah. So Orenga left, we had a vacuum, and I had kids who knew how to play the game, but they were not good enough. So it was now my responsibility to make sure that by the time we go for the next games, these guys can play. So that's when I took now the coaching thing to another level. Now I told them, guys, every Saturday morning before we go to clean, we have to go and train. Every Sunday evening from 2, we train. When the coach is not there, we shall be there. And I was in charge. And the beautiful thing is that I am blessed, because when I say something, people always listen to me. Yeah. So these guys listened to me, and I think they also saw my vision. So we're on the same page. And we were very lucky that in my last year in high school, I managed to play with these guys. That was actually 2013, because I had to resit out because of playing basketball. One time I played it too much, I failed. But later I caught up. So my second last year in high school was my last year of playing high school basketball. Yeah, because you're given 6 years only to play. So by then I was in senior 5, but it was my last year. And I was like, God, I've always wanted to bring a trophy. I told these rugby players that I want them bring a trophy like they do. If it doesn't come now, then I'll miss it, because it's my last opportunity. Yeah. God blessed me. We played with those young men whom I had taught. I remember there were senior 3s. I was in senior 6. There were senior 3s and some senior 4s. We met St. Michael in the final. Those guys could dominate Mukono basketball. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Those guys they were on another level. So we meet these guys in the final, and yes, we were like, it ends today. And to me, it was my last opportunity to win a championship for that region. And yes, it came in. That year I won it, and I was very excited. I forgot about the aspect of, I stopped fighting to go for nationals. Yeah. I realized that no matter how hard I fight, Mzee said, man, I'm paying school fees for school to study, not for basketball. So I tuned my mind. I was like, you know what? If I keep on fighting that other side, I'll be wasting my own time. Let me concentrate on what I have. So I concentrated on what I had. We made it through, and we got the championship with the likes of Asede, of now Night Riders in Entebbe. Yeah, so my persistence as an individual is what helped me get to that level. Yeah, I kept on insisting and pushing. And interestingly, when I went to campus, the same challenges are faced, because when you reach the university, you find people who know the game, and they know it. And that means, for example, you know pool court. You go to pool court there and guys are playing. You cannot just go there and start playing. You have to introduce yourself. So I introduced myself. I went in there once, twice. I was shooting that shot. They were like, okay, this guy. What's your name? Moje. And it's my persistence and showing what I could do that made guys now believe in me, and I got into the system, and I was very much disciplined in that I would always do what I am supposed to do whenever I had the chance, yes. And I was always very humble. I think that's what has helped me even move to other positions. I always taught myself to be humble and persistent and resilient to so many things. Because people push their forces from every direction. You can't handle this, you can't handle that, but still I was persistent enough, I was patient enough, and that's how personally I broke through even through the university.
That's a very interesting story. So for you who's out there, you're trying to get into the game of basketball, and you feel like there are these forces that are pulling you left, right, and center. You have your parents on one side, you have a team on the other side that then accept you. Persistence is key. Consistency is key. These are some of the things that some of these young players actually need to know. You need to keep pushing, because the situation is never going to be favorable. Okay, there's always going to be ups and downs, but the ones who come out at the top are the ones who keep pushing. We've come towards the end of the show, and I know that there are people out there watching you, especially your girls. I know that you have a tournament in November. That's the 3-on-3 tournament.
Yes.
So as we close the show, I just want you to look into that camera and just talk to the girls, encourage them. Also, anyone out there who's trying to get into the game of basketball, you being a coach and a player, just encourage them, to get into the game of basketball. For those who are trying to be good, just let them know from your perspective as a coach and a player.
Okay, let me start with my players. I strongly believe that we can go far. I believe it from right here. And I want my players to also believe in it. I have drawn a program that if we follow very, very well, we shall not go wrong. So believe in me and believe in yourselves. Put in that extra effort, put in that extra energy. It pays off at the end of the day. Now, to those who want to join the game, the truth is it's hard, it's tough, it's not going to be easy. But giving up is not an option. Those who give up never become good players. Maybe they become commentators or what. But some of them, you can become a coach without playing. If you want to become a coach without playing, that's an option. But if you want to play the game, always in the personal effort as an individual. Always be open to learning. That's one thing that I've always done. I always want to learn from other people. Even right now from other coaches, I always want to learn from them. When I have a chance to bring them in to talk to them, I always ask them, Coach, how do you do this? How can I do that? And you shouldn't be in a position whereby you think you know more than, even if someone is younger than you and maybe you feel they have less experience, they can correct something you don't know. Someone one time came and told me, OJ, why do you shoot like this? And I told them, but the things are entering. Then he told me, my coach told me to do like this. When I inquired from my coach was also saying, yes, that's how you're supposed to do it. So do not underestimate someone else, because the game is taught to you by everyone around you, your environment. Be humble, be consistent, and don't give up. People will doubt you, people will tell you you cannot do anything. But if you work hard, whether someone has talent or not, if you work hard, you will break through. That's it for me. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, OJ. Reminds me of a quote from Kevin Durant. He says that hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard.
Indeed.
And that is what you're saying. Well, I just want to thank you for being with us here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. I believe that, all the words of wisdom you have passed on, to your team, to everyone out there watching, to those who are trying to get into the game of basketball, and also other coaches have really been helpful. And I wish you all the best in your career, also for the games that are coming up. And hopefully next time you'll come back here with a trophy and,
I look forward to that.
We'll celebrate something like that. For you who's watching, thank you for being with us on House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with me, Emmanuel. Catch us again next time where we will be dissecting the game of basketball, talking about different perspectives. Till next time, have a blessed day.
over the moon and over the sky. Gospel music to the world. Kingsky and Fela, Tiki-Tak, combination. Yeah.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall.
Look me for the young grip on the stress, what that one? Bigger the camp on the place for box walk on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look me, yeah, they want to take it for fun. Upper stress them love for your place. Them can't find no race results for your gun. Yes, yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them on, make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall.
Fire fall, attack me hard. Now make the devil come on, no visit me joy. Me call your mighty hand, fi bless me soul. Bless me, I fi keep Jesus, the only one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, heal like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus, I the emperor. Jesus, chocho wunda kama tendo kimbakuwa. Police amakuwa gangi na viuche naga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
So tell me brother, my sister, not the vagabond, not from the child of a man. You love and bless me, you did restore me. You hear me? Gospel music to the world.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. 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 I wanna see your fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Kingsky and Fela, Tiki-Tak, for Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, me. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Jaffa, how are you doing?
It's an honor to be on the wisdom circle, as I call it.
Yes, and I'm so happy to have you here this afternoon to basically, you know, talk about narcissism, where we left it last week.
We recapped from last week.
Yes, and how was your week?
It was quite fine.
Okay.
I had actually gone to a wedding.
Yeah.
But they were incredibly 1 hour late. So
in Africa, we are delayed, we are never late.
There's this saying of African time.
Yes.
And that is also another thing of narcissism.
Yes.
Your ability not to think for others.
Okay.
You know?
I never looked at it from that point of view, by the way.
Remember last week I used the word selfish because it's hard for Africans to put their mouth around the word narcissism.
Yes. Because it's looked at as
it's all
as a
me,
problem.
not
Yes.
us.
Yes.
You see, with narcissism,
Yeah.
it's always about me,
Yeah.
not us.
And so whatever we're doing,
it's
about
you.
me,
It's all
me,
about
me.
you,
Yes, yes, never
rather
about
than
us.
we.
Okay.
Yeah, we really
I just want to start the show right away, and this discussion is really key for us. From wherever you are watching this program all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the program. This program talks about the wisdom that the elders are supposed to impart or impress upon the young people. And Generation X and the millennials, and of course now the baby boomers, as we say.
Our parents.
Yes, we want to know, first of all, starting from there, the different description that starts from our parents to your generation and then the generation of ours. Yes, exactly, and getting there. So let's start from there.
Let's go back to the actual. It's called tradition. Anybody before 1946 is from the era of tradition. Then after World War II, people were at peace and there was a lot of procreation. That's when you ended up with the baby boomers.
Yes.
Yes. And then the baby boomers gave birth to us, the Generation X.
Yes.
Generation X, you're looking probably from 1964 to, let's say, 86.
Okay.
For me, that's the way I put the barrier.
Okay.
And then for me, I'm looking at the millennials,
Yeah.
the ones who approach this new millennial of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where would you place the millennials? Which area would you place the millennials?
Millennials from, let's say, from around 86 to date.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the Generation Z are a funny category. They're from basically around 96 to date.
They are called Generation Z.
Z. Yeah.
Okay. Z.
We're British.
Z. Okay. I just want to. So where would you place me, who is born around 1982, 83, 84?
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
Wow. So that's how I still fit in the millennial category.
You're the people making possibilities happen that we never thought of.
Yeah.
You're the ones who, for me, the invention of the word thinking out of the box was made for you people.
Yeah.
You see insight into things that we, who were spoon-fed tradition by our parents, but they actually never partake of the traditions. You're not structured. You are communal. You have amazing empathy.
Okay.
For me, I feel so bullied about the parentage, what we call the patriarch society, which was instilled in us.
Okay.
That's why we enjoyed partying
Okay.
too much. And partying is basically what the narcissist.
Yes.
Hedonist is somebody who just looks out for the party. Where's the party at? Remember that saying?
Yes, where's the party at? Let's go right now. And then everybody's just going, the weekend just continue. Yes.
A hedonist society, a narcissist character burns candles on both sides.
Okay.
You don't really budget for anything.
Okay. Okay.
And the whole point of calling something like a religion, it's like it has become part and parcel of your life.
Yes.
And it's all about what we're going to do for the weekend.
Okay.
Yet traditionalists would have their traditional granary where they look out for the next season's crop, seedlings.
Yes. Yes.
And they saving society. Surprisingly, your people have started saving society culture that we don't. And Sometimes, for me, I believe it's this thing, living for the day. Others say, no, the situation in the country made it
permits
such,
this, so
yeah,
therefore we can
like,
just, you know, go on and...
Yes,
yes,
you know
yes,
that
yes.
type of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
So I've basically tried to explain them. We don't want to categorize people,
yeah.
but psychologists have done so.
Okay.
And social anthropologists have done the same thing.
Okay.
Trying to explain the generations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jaffa, I was having a conversation with an older person from the generation of your father.
Yes, please.
The traditionalist.
Pre-46.
Yes, pre-46, yes. Yeah. And he said something very fundamental. So we're having a discussion. He says, you know, and he's from the 1986 class of the 27 guns, the NRM. Okay. Yes. And he said to me, he says, you know, we're having a discussion in the gym. And he says, you guys are very difficult to understand. He says, the millennials are very difficult to understand, particularly the kids we never thought they were kids. When we came to power in 1986, we never looked at the kids who were born between 1982, 81, 82, 83, because they were not important for us. We looked at the people who were 80 backward, who would be 40, 40 something, 50 now. That we focus on that. So we just woke up one day and we found those who are 35, 36, have a different mindset altogether, and yes, and they are trying to mentor, you know, go with mentorship, which not what we had when we were growing up. So we missed the gaps. Then I was like, so you mean you actually forgot about me, that I exist, you the traditionalist? And so there are this, I don't know. So when he talked about that, it brought me back to the old days of thinking, and I'm looking at how my father used to tell me, the things my father used to tell me, the things we used to sit down in the fireplace and talk about, and I realized that they would make us, for example, in about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, they would make us drink tea, then they send us to go and look for cricket at about 6:37, up to 7:30. We're chasing cricket, running around the compound. It never made sense.
For consumption or to stop the noise?
They said you bring it and you roast it for consumption and stuff like that.
I think it was to stop the noise.
Yes, so I was told later on, my father said, one, that was meant to stop us from urinating in our beds or peeing in our beds at night. So when you take tea, they make us go and become active, so then we pee, and when we come back to go and sleep, that's how they ended up peeing in the bed of children. So
stopping it.
Yes, stopping it. So I was like, that's what this thing was about. Yes, yeah. So this would come under fireplace and stuff like that. So and that seems to have stopped. I meet children who are still wetting beds at 10, 9, 12. We stopped like when we were like really young. So was that the case at your time?
Let me explain something he said very fundamental.
Yes.
If you came in with the, remember the move to the left in the 60s?
Yes.
A lot of our people...
I just saw the videos. I wasn't there. Yes.
All I'm saying is, all the people who received power in 1962 pushed the agenda of move to the left in 1968.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, there was a challenge to my father as Army Commander saying, if you are not of our party, then you cannot be Army Commander. So they were using the Politburo system of the communists.
Yes.
That man's statement was simply, we are geared or indoctrinated to think in a particular way, a herding instinct. If I am a herdsman or a shepherd, the best word is a shepherd. You expect all the sheep
to come
to move in one way.
Correct.
That one missing sheep suddenly became a multitude. The millennials have become, it's now one individual listening to you, and then the majority are doing their own thing. What I call thinking out of the box.
Correct.
Now for me, I followed tradition.
Okay.
I followed the patriarch society.
I'm taking notes, by the way. I'm taking notes, so I want to be...
My point is this. We who listen the most, we are more or less like my Cossack senator from Ghana. We look very formal, but we're party animals. Are you understanding?
Yes, yes.
The dilemma of too much discipline.
Yes, yes.
It means that the pastor's daughter is going to be the best party animal in the whole crowd while keeping up appearances. I'm just giving you an example of what happened to our generation. Now, today, our millennials seem to be party animals, but they make time to do things
serious stuff
together, communion. The equivalent of, in my tribe we call it lokita. Lokita is the seasonal harvest, where you have 20 shambas, each one on average, let's say 20 acres. The whole community moves around harvesting on each. And you set up in the granaries, you make sure. Remember, like the Teslas have an amazing way of breaking the seedlings with sticks. Now you can
and so are the Northerners
anyway.
I'm
explaining it from our angle, but it is an image that we always see with the Tesla. And in fact, your ability to break that stuff decides whether you're the next bride or not. And then for us, for example, with people who inherited the Peruvian corn and what we call kasori. Can you imagine we didn't have grinders in our area? And in West Nile, just like in the Congolese area, they would have to pound that amount. In a chino. The ability to do that would decide whether you're the next bride. So I'm simply trying to say that despite all that strict discipline that was instilled in us, we ended up the party animals.
Why did you end up the party animal?
It's like me meeting a fellow Arab friend in London is a different person to the person you meet in Dubai who's extremely strict.
If you miss the wisdom there, I got the wisdom.
My point is, with my senator from Ghana, I look like a Catholic priest. But what if it's just keeping up appearances? That's what I mean by a narcissist or hedonist mindset. You look for that opportunity to release the so-called confines of restriction. Restriction could be a dictatorial government, it could be... Do you know the tyranny of our kingdoms? People don't realize. From the time of tradition, there was actually tyranny in villages where the chief was insurmountable. They were the most important person in the community. Then we come to a point where we gain power. But the same leaders still think like the chief or want to be a kabaka. Then we've gained democracy, fine. But democracy now is based on I scratch your back, you scratch my back. Remember the days of soap in the evening, sukari? Now our children see this. Is it about a monetary gain? Or am I doing it for myself or for society? So our progression in terms of society has decided that. I know I've sounded technical, but I've tried to show the progression. And unfortunately, those who gained power from the colonialists have the very same mindset of me saying, we're on holiday. I can end up in Club Tropicana, or our children in Ange. What I mean is that need to end up at steakhouse or wherever to have a good time. In England, you noticed how it was by 6, they were always in pubs. And they're like, Jaffa! You don't call me like Jaffa.
And it's still going on to this day.
Jaffa, aren't you coming with us to the pub? I'm like, what? I'm a Muslim. So you're boring. You get not sibling rivalry. When your community forces you into doing things that It means you're going with the crowd.
Okay.
You're moving with the crowd.
Okay. So basically you're saying you don't have a control of your own self and your own mind. You're overly influenced by the situation around you and the people around you. Yes.
Especially the people you value the most.
Okay.
Now, we tended to value families. Yeah. You millennials.
Yes.
I put you in that category.
Yes.
Value your friends.
Yes. That is actually very true. I value my friends because my friends have been there for me whenever I need them.
They're supplementing what the parents cannot give.
Yes.
And the parents don't even realize they've become absentee parents.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh? But it comes from that me. Yeah,
and we see that in our situation today when the dad has a business, a family business. Dad built this business from scratch, or dad inherited it from grandpa, and the business is running today. But dad is now 50, 60 something. Dad is still waking up, to 54. Go to, 54, 55. Dad is still waking up in the morning to go and work. Dad doesn't even want me to stay nearby. So most of us have sort of like decided, you know what, I need my own thing because so that I can show daddy and everyone that it is for all of us. But daddy is saying, I can't trust you, I can't give you this. So, and I keep asking, isn't it okay for daddy to say, you know what, let's start working with you and handing over this thing and moving forward.
You've pointed out a very important thing that helped me.
So businesses are difficult, everything is difficult. And I'm talking to the first son, this is the first son of Jaffa Salongo. Jaffa Amin is the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the field marshal. So we're talking about the first hand experience of you being in the State House. And now the life you live in my area here, who has never been there. Yes.
An opportunity came to me to work. It's a funny thing to say.
That opportunity came to work for a first son, a man who grew up in State House, you know.
But remember a lot of those years were in exile.
Yes.
But I came back in 1990.
Yes.
I languished. Remember the culture clash I was talking about?
Yes.
But then I got to a point where I got a job in 1994.
Yes.
It's the strangest interview I've ever had. It was the first and last interview in my life.
Let me
explain.
What happened?
Let me explain.
Yes. Go ahead.
One of my aunts finds me digging. He's like, Jaffa, since when does so-and-so's son dig? No.
Jaffa is mixing up the things that says so-and-so's son. Since when does the former president's sons dig? We don't see that. That doesn't suffice in our vocabulary.
I was summoned from a place near Wanyange.
Yes.
No, it's called, not Nalfenya, Burumaji.
Yes.
That is the place of some witches. It's called Burumaji. It's a funny word in Uganda. It's a place where the whole place is roamed by night dancers.
Yes.
They're like, what is our boy doing there? They've just come back from Congo.
Yes.
And so she summoned from there. I said, I think life has come to this.
Yeah.
I said, no, come over. Where are your documents? They're here. Now go to your junior mother. She's from these people. She was from Kashari.
Okay.
So
saying this, go for your junior mother.
Who's from
Kashari, from the western part of Uganda.
Yeah, from the people in power.
Okay.
And I go there. It says, Jaffa, on Monday, make sure you're here by 8.
Yes.
No sleeping, no watching television. You love your television.
Yes.
You know, with cable channels in the UK and the US, you get addicted. Today we're addicted to our phones. For us, it was cable channels.
Yes.
So I made sure I was there.
Okay.
In your smartest clothes, I put on my Charles Jordan. I put on my some wonderful names from the 90s.
Yes.
And I was there. As soon as I entered, the gentleman started saying, "Look, tell me about yourself."
Yes.
I'm talkative just the way I am now.
Yes.
And he was listening to the clipped accent. He kept laughing. I said, I stopped. I said, no, continue. I'm just enjoying your story.
But you've gone for a job interview.
That is the interview in progress.
Oh my. Okay.
We were talking. He suddenly, his name was Spencer Kabugisha. He said, report at 8 o'clock on Monday.
Yes.
I'm like,
that's it?
I got the job.
That's it? I have the job?
He said, I jumped up. I did almost a 40 feet horizontal.
Why
jump.
did you jump up, by the way, when he announced that?
I didn't anticipate to get a job on the first interview in my life.
But you are the son of a former president.
No, he didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Okay.
He was just this accent, this deep voice, funny.
Yeah.
He's comfortable in himself, and he's explaining himself. I lived my life on my sleeve. I was just explaining myself.
Okay.
Do you know what happened in those 11 years since I got that job? The first week, I'm so happy to get a job.
Yes.
I end up the best employee for 6 months. The rest.
How did you end up the best employee for the 6 months? There was no favoritism there.
I have never worked in my life apart from trying to dig when I got a lot of scars on my hand.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Jaffa,
remember, we get our scars from our gym.
Yes, that was the first time you...
We get our scars from our gym.
Correct.
We don't have our gloves.
Yes.
I had to get one of my pillowcases to invent gloves for myself to dig. Yeah, listen.
From State House to inventing the...
my pillowcase into gloves to dig.
Yes.
But you know how I used to dig? I'd pound the ground for 100 meters until my friend said, do you know how to dig? You let the force with all your shoulders, and you let the hole
goes down,
eat into the ground. But for you, you're doing Hiroshima.
Because you've never dug in your life.
But that's the whole point.
Yes.
He watched me for an hour.
Yes.
I looked back. Why didn't you tell me? Now, I'm getting a job where it's look on the address, make sure you're delivering to the right address.
Okay.
This is for Barclays, this is for the embassy, this is for the US embassy, and I'm delivering.
Where was this, by the way? Where was this job?
The place was a courier company called DHL, the original courier company.
Okay. The original Dutch.
It was
Dutch?
an American.
It was an American.
Deutsche Post. It's just Deutsch for the Germans.
Okay.
Deutschland. Deutschland is Germany.
Yes. Okay.
So they took
you see,
over.
this is why we call it the wisdom corner. If you are young, you will never understand these things. So I have got to be in the wisdom corner, the elders' wisdom corner. Yes.
Now.
Circles.
Now.
Yeah.
When something comes naturally for you, when my father was used to send me in Jeddah, go to the airport, release our food, go and get our guests, go to the president, the royal protocol. The king has sent me such a thing. Or go to the king's palace. I couldn't go, so I'm sending you. I was actually being taught by my
without
father.
knowing.
Yeah. You were being mentored for something that would become so important to me at my first job in my life.
Wow.
I didn't go in with the right qualifications. He just liked the character.
Okay. Wow.
But I was delivering on time. No one was complaining about my service.
Because your entire life you are in Jeddah, you are running
but
around
now
thinking
something
yes,
happens.
Yes.
They end up finding out who I am.
Yes.
But I continue at the same pace.
Yes.
Words start.
So when you say they end up finding who I am,
my employee, my fellow employees, they end up finding out
that you are the
son
of the former president Idi Amin, and that's the problem.
But I'm continuing at the same pace and a very strange humility, where I have a short fuse, but it's for me about telling you what you need to know. It's not a fisticuff issue. It's just, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. They would say, why do you care? Is this your company? Remember the narcissism.
I've had, yes. And that's how the narcissistic approach finally fit in.
But remember, it's a question of just work for your salary.
This company is not even for your father.
It's not your father. Why are you breaking sweat?
Yes. Wow.
They only were shocked when the next year I became their supervisor. They're like, wait a minute, is it about his name?
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yeah.
For me, it was about delivering.
Okay.
So I ended up with a work ethic.
Yeah.
There's no difference between DHL and military service. Yet I've never been a soldier in my life. But the discipline.
But you live within
the discipline.
The barracks
The
with
discipline.
soldiers, yes.
I'm simply saying, no, if you have a father who's a field marshal,
yeah,
and he spent 17 years with the King's African Rifles,
yeah,
and then he was the head of the military,
yeah,
there's a certain discipline,
yeah,
that is instilled in a character.
Okay. But one would think that you will be a spoiled brat child because your father is...
I was a spoiled child for being my grandmother's child.
Okay. But not for being your father's child. Those two things are very different. I hope you understand that.
They're quite different.
Yes, yes,
By
yes.
the way, there used to be a complaint in the family.
Yes.
We had the famous Moses. We
Yeah.
had the famous Mwanga.
Yeah.
He's a favorite.
Yes.
But whenever they would question me,
yes,
in terms of identity, my
Yeah.
father would say, Chombe is my mother's son. Then they'll start laughing. You mean he's your brother? Then he would laugh.
So they never understood. Yes.
No, he was sort of saying in terms of seniority, if you reject him as your brother,
yes,
he's my brother.
Okay.
He was trying to put a veracity in them
Yes.
to understand that.
So I want to take you there just before we go for a break, Jaffa. Before I lose the train of thought of you saying that you were your grandmother's best
Son. I was
son.
his son.
Son,
You know,
and then
grandmothers
yes,
inherit.
Yes.
For example,
Yeah.
during the AIDS pandemic,
yes,
forget about COVID, the real pandemic in
Yes.
Uganda, because COVID has not really reached Uganda.
Yeah, COVID
With
has
due
a lot of
respect.
COVID has a lot of yes.
I'm not going to go the
It has a lot of
discussions
commercials and stuff around it.
But in
yes,
Africa,
yes.
we were touched by AIDS.
Yes.
And mother and father died and left orphans.
Yes.
A lot of people out there understand me for being grandmother's child.
Okay.
Because of being an orphan.
Okay.
Especially by the AIDS scourge.
Okay. That's wisdom right there. If you picked it, you picked it.
Because it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was by the sake of a large family, and if the first wife, the chief wife, will not accept the child of the sister,
Okay.
because it used to happen. You know,
Yes,
the Isaac Sarah scenario is
Yes.
very African.
Yes,
Whenever I read the Isaac Sarah Hagar Sarah story,
and Ismail's story, yes,
it's very much
Okay.
It's very much the African setup.
Okay.
For the wife at home to accept the sister's entry into the family, it becomes issues. So
Of
we
course.
ended up with the grandmother.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain.
Jaffa, you are, yes, so you are saying that you were your mother's sister's son, who was also the wife to your
chief wife.
the chief's
The chief
wife.
wife,
Yes,
the number one.
the number one wife. But then your dad decided that I'm going to end up here as well.
We're becoming personal here, but
Yes,
sometimes society,
Yeah.
especially African society,
Yeah.
if you give birth to 5, 6 daughters,
Yes.
you've never made the cut in African society.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yes.
Today, my wife has 5.
My own mother went through that whole stuff.
My wife has 5 boys
Okay.
and 1 girl.
Okay.
Can you imagine the
Yes.
status she has
Yes.
in my tribe?
I know what.
Wow!
Yes.
Wow! Now
Yes.
you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
So the pressure of the chief wife
Okay.
was having girls.
Okay.
Until 69, when the favorite child arrived.
Wow.
She went through hell.
To get
With the
to
very
that.
same grandmother who was looking after me. You see, your sister gave birth to
this
a
one.
boy,
Yes.
a man child.
So it was always
Pressure.
a tormenting pressure for
It
you.
is-
Yes.
Every African mother goes through it.
Yes.
Forgive me, our beloved mothers out there, but that pressure is insurmountable. You
My
can
my
never-
own mother
you
went
can
through that
never-
problem. Yes. My own mother ended up getting pregnant. I would understand. I think 13 times just to look for a boy.
That is it.
And if my father had not stood strong, perhaps
against the opinions
of his family, it would never have been, because they made life so hard for her that the first child she got with my dad, I think it was bitten by a snake while he was fishing.
Sorry.
And then that messed up my elder sister. So for me, my elder sister is my mother now, because she went through hell on earth just to be accepted. Even when she was married to another person, where she went, the gentleman couldn't give birth. I was told the story. It's very young. My sister is almost your age, and so she couldn't give birth. And then they sent her back. In the African traditional society back then, if you sent back with a letter to your parents, I was meant to understand later on that it means you are useless as a girl. So until another person comes and marry you, that gentleman who married you cannot actually go back and
bring you back.
Yes, and get the dowry or even bring back. So because of that, my mother suffered of stuff you're talking about, and I would like to pick the wisdom from here. She ended up with many girls and very few boys. In fact, she survived with only 2 boys who are alive today. The difference between me and my brother is very huge. My brother is almost your age. Headed to retire from this, and my sister is actually older than you. I've just realized now, way older than you. So I'm putting these two together to just say that whole thing of you must give birth to a boy. If you don't give birth to a boy, you're a useless woman. You're everything. It's been going on forever. I mean, yes,
it's what I call the tyranny of tradition.
Okay.
The tyranny of tradition.
Why do you tell me the tyranny of tradition?
It's total. It's absolute power. People don't. Remember me saying something that might hurt others, that people don't realize that our cultural leaders were tyrants. Forget about the
yes, you said it at the beginning of the show. Yes.
My father's image as a strong man, today our leaders still considered in the same category as a strong man. I don't like using the D word. That's enormous authority. It's the equivalent of our favorite principles, what we call Eddie Master in Uganda. In fact, that name was given to my father in a derogatory time. When we were running away in 79, they're like, Headmaster, do not forget your coat.
Because his time had come to go, yes.
The image and the strictness of him was very much what we consider with our headmasters.
Wow.
But I'm simply saying that tyranny is simply absolute power. And believe you me, all those girls succeed better than us. You've noticed.
That's true.
And they're the ones who remember the very same father who was tormenting them in the family as Garcia. I'm not saying it happened in my family. I'm simply saying society viewed every girl child as useless, yet they're the most important and the most they've given back to society and their communities more than we will ever.
Boys.
Yet the boys ended up with that narcissist. Now, by the way, tradition feeds on to the narcissist.
So I want you to break that down quickly before we go for a break. We need to have some coffee break, but I want you to break this down quickly. How does that feed into the narcissism approach? You call it the narcissism has become the religion in 2020.
Me, the very same person who expected the sister to go to the water to bring the water home. The one who'd come from hunting and say, "Where's my food?" Whether it is your father barking or you, the boy copycatting the father, simply means it's about you. We provided the antelope yesterday, didn't we?
We went hunting yesterday,
Now we've come back with this new one. Where's my food? For me, that is tradition feeding the narcissist's character. And once we got into power from the British, we were copycatting the British who were doing what we call an extractive industry. Whether it was slaves, ivory, all our mineral wealth, and right now actually taking all our best brains there's this brain drain, there's this resource drain that is happening. And today, it's a constant. And remember that statement of, for me, I have my books.
Yes. I've read my books. I don't need synergy. You guys, you will suffer. But me, I read my books. I got my books.
The most boastful child is on graduation day. They actually do not enjoy it. Have you watched them?
Yes, they usually
They're
just...
always there. Me, I've arrived, don't you see?
I got my degree.
It's an amazing moment.
I got my master's,
I
my
always
PhD.
watch it and I'm like, until they call you the old man who's going to give the person what?
So you're saying after all of this, we still come and says, Daddy.
No, not you, the parent. The parent always brings somebody who's an influence.
Yes.
The influencer. The influencer who's going to job placement moment.
Yes. Would you call that moment a wisdom moment or not a wisdom moment from that?
It is an eye-opener moment for that, the arrogance you see in your child at that point.
Okay.
My son will graduate now by 2022.
Yeah.
COVID has done us in.
Yes.
It's done us. It's given us a dead year when we didn't really want one.
Yeah.
But if he graduates in 2022, I'd actually tell him go for 6 or 9 months at the Uganda Management Institute.
Yeah.
Why, Dad? I've got my degree. I said, no, but job placement is based on the Management Institute certificate.
Yes.
Just like the law, people have to go to the
LDC to be able to go through. Yes.
That's where you get your job. No, but that's 3 years.
Yes.
I said, yeah, pity that one who's done 5 years and then an extra 9 months. The British set these